Especially so many of genius. Right, just
so
weary of time.
I need, next thing I need to do is I need to get hold of Paula. I need to send her this URL, which she then needs to put into her website so people can actually watch it.
But then you need to go back to the office.
So yeah, while that's happening,
It's the eye out.
yeah. So while that's,
Is that on YouTube?
yeah, that's me. It's slightly behind, it's about 30 seconds. Cool. Okay, I'll get my sticks on.
Get up. I know.
Nice.
He's there. I can see him.
It's about 30 seconds behind. So now you and I need to make sure that for me it's good.
Yeah.
Well, do you, yeah. Like, there's like a 30-second delay.
Yeah.
That's alright. This is live, we're going to get.
Well, we can just record every now and again. And then we'll speak and we'll just keep it on one card. At the end of the day, we'll just copy it over to your hard drive. There are 2 cards. 32, 64 gigabytes. So that is.
Yeah, but can we clear that one that we've just.
16.
So Nick,
16
our website manager. So he organises the
280 minutes.
So yeah,
So it's more than 280 minutes. If we do, we'll start to go now.
Just relax, man.
Yeah. So I've got the YouTube stream running. So this is the one that's me chewing gum. So if I copy that URL in Breakout,
Just put that straight in, yeah.
Right, okay.
Fantastic.
and it's just going to be a single so for each of the events, I need to have it on different things, but all the links have the same URL.
Fine, no problem. What we do is we're having the events going live at specific times, so that can just stream all day long.
It'll just stream, yeah, so people won't get confused if you run over or anything like that. They'll still get it. The only confusion is that it won't be quite what they're expecting.
Yeah, no problem.
That should be fine. Cool. Right, I'll do that. I'll email that to you now.
Just yeah, yeah. I haven't got anything to do with it. Running around the conference.
Oh, sorry, I don't. No.
I just wanted to make sure that everyone was That's the thing, right? In the exit, yeah, and then there's like green. People that hang around there just like constantly watching where shit on the set and again they rock the stairs. Green, I came in on the lunch lift and I just passed. Everyone was like, it's like buying Jeremy Clarkson. Kick you off while I'm eating a hot meal.
That's so sharp.
Right.
Cool. Let's set the cards up. Charlie. Let's get rid of that.
Well, let's just quickly have a look.
Can we tell them that I've sent the index code?
No, I was going to answer. Well, actually, no, I was going to ask you, do you want us to put this plug this into your computer to see how much it's on? Yeah, let's just check how much that was, how many gigs, and then we're good to go.
We're just going shooting here all day, so oh, okay, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is the right one, which I think it is. 13 gigs. Huh? Move with this, no?
29.7, it should be 32 gig card.
Yeah, but they always fit, don't they?
False advertising.
Don't know. What the shit is going on here?
Just do recommended settings.
Oh, fuck you. Okay, well, it's obviously breaking up the clip, isn't it, into little clips because it doesn't want to save over 4 gigs, which is probably makes sense. Because do that thing where they limit any transfers at 4 gigabytes, don't they?
Well, I've got my laptop.
No, I think it's the camera. It's the camera breaking it up into clips.
So is that going to affect my edit?
No, because you just put them together.
Oh, right, okay.
I mean, in Final Cut, you essentially put the button up and they'll match perfectly in sync. Yeah, because they're all exactly the same size, so it must have like a limit. But basically, what we've worked out is an hour of recording is 14 gigabytes.
But why are there all these clips? Is this the whole thing?
Yeah, there's all these different clips that's made. Those are just like, other little files that go
So that's
with
the MPEG-4 file.
Yeah, MP4. I can lower the bitrate, so it's like on the camera, so you can shoot like slightly lower quality, so you can shoot more. But basically, an hour is 14 gigabytes, and we've got 64 gigabytes in total.
No, we don't. We've missed it.
Well, 60. So, what's 60 divided by 14? 60 divided by 14 equals 4.2 hours. Yeah, is that right? Yeah. 4.2 hours of record time without having to offload. So I think we're fine. We just keep hitting record.
So maybe
when they're sort of speaking.
So yeah, maybe then at lunchtime or just after lunch we'll do
Transfer one.
transfer one.
It would be good if we could watch that though, wouldn't it?
Get my look.
Yeah, give me your computer. God, PCs just seem so old school, don't they? I mean, project. Ooh, Mac. Instantly
Fast and Furious 8.
Instantly it's way better, isn't it? What's your password?
Guitar 23.
Guitar.
23.
Anything?
Go to Finder. And then
I'm not playing.
Yeah, VLC. No. I've got VLC. Right, this is my computer. All the gear, no idea.
Huh? All the gear, no idea. Shut up.
Right. I won't be in there on the day, but it's not in there now. I just have to get there because God, the interlacing looks horrible, doesn't it? But no, I suppose we won't have that when it's locked on. Okay, well this is good. So we've got all this, and it goes to this point, and there's 4 of them there. 4 of them there on the table, and then the next clip comes in. Interesting. Doing good at the table.
Huh?
I'm just seeing whether they always match up. Oh no, she leaves. Yeah, so what is it? It's 3 at the table, right? It's all time thing. Not really. Jesus Christ. So cheap. So yeah, so they come in there. So yeah, I mean we could put on progressive, which would be a bit nicer, but bigger files. And then there's like loads of them there. Yeah, so it's just split up the clips into smaller clips so you can transfer direct between the PCs.
Right, clean that card.
I'll do that in camera.
Are we going to use...
Oh wait, VLC plays every kind of
VLC? I used
Do I
to have it. I used to have it on my old... But no, we just need that. That doesn't need to go in.
Yeah, we need that on a different computer.
We need it on... No, we need it on my...
Put this on a hard drive.
Yeah.
Where is the hard drive?
He's got the hard drive.
We can do it via this computer, but
No,
maybe that's not
I don't want to do it by that computer.
Alright, well, let's just do it there.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, use your computer. Let's just use your computer over here.
Sorry.
Yeah, it looks like the magazines aren't coming. So, I think that was but if not,
Get that. Get that. Plug into there. And then you just get your hard drive in
Can
here.
you check that bag? Oh no, that's your bag, isn't it?
My bag. The hard drive.
What's he done with my hard drives? I think he's got my hard drives.
Okay. Well, it might be in that back there. That's his.
No, you have to look.
No, I've got one person coming.
No, you all end up buying each other's, that's how it works.
Well, I know. We might end up having to do that.
I've done that before. I've done that with more books than I've sold. So what's your name? Hello, Eliza. I'm Chris Joyce, so I might be by you in this alphabetical.
Oh, I think you are.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Cool. Sounds good. So that's your copying base there. That's good. This is random shit.
Got my little camera to capture just stuff. Yeah, go for it.
Oh, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Can't actually see anything.
Did you see Graham one of which was amazing?
Do you know how bad is the brown shoulder bag off my shoulder when I talk to someone? panic over. We're going to have loads of I've always wanted to do this, something like similar sort of there's a shot where they go into the like down to the downs and then it goes out. That's all the frame, shots are stacked with and then somebody comes handheld. So it's obviously on like the rest of the table and it's something handheld. And then someone's sort of drop and then just like rush it towards I think things like that are quite cool. You like maybe have a chat and like come up and then as this is new change, you sort of come handheld or vice versa, or your handheld will come up. I want to do this. I wanted to do a great shot. I want to figure out the editor knows the iPhone best, so yo, how do you do that, yo? But he says it in Boogie, you know, at the beginning when you see the side and you praise down and you don't show that the bottom is the side. No, we can do heaps of cool shit. There's a place that I want to take. We'll try that. With a stick. Did you see that? It's alright. One take is always useful. Before we get it perfect, so it's like, you know, you're zooming and tracking at the same speed, just has a pin back at the same background. Or you can more by like handheld, I just want to keep that's my
There's a great
C-A-T-R-I-O-N-A, and then it's Trot, T-R-O-T.
the car pulls up, knocks on the
Yeah.
knocks on the tracks along the house, beating up through the house, One thing I always remember is the one he had sent it. He sent it to all of us.
Oh, did he? Yeah. Can you resend it to me? She's probably not got her emails with her. Sorry.
I'm trying to find his email. I wonder how he would have emailed. Well, you're going to say his history. Oh, mail. Right, here we go.
Forward that to David at david-penny.com. Fantastic.
Just below, yeah?
Yeah. Fantastic.
Done.
Cheers.
Yeah, he doesn't really looks like we are. Who's that?
Yep. Something goes back. We overloaded it. I need to go to that when we get another. Right, okay. What
It's a Clover. It's not a common one.
Guys, I can do that if we set this live feed up.
Yeah, what do you call it? That's a great way of working.
Huh? I'll go and get one.
Wanted to see you guys in the batch, or am I supposed to also? Thank you.
Oh, you know what? I might be okay.
Maybe someone or I is just sort of there or something, and that just like, what's that between these things? So that is it. We didn't use that. So that if all these things that's very straightforward. That's I don't even notice.
I might be okay. This is a lower powered adapter. Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, cool. You can use a cable from the
Just yeah.
Just cable from the card reader, we'll just put it over there when we need it.
You do that and get this SD sorted out in 15 minutes. Am I okay to chuck this?
I might hold on to it just in case.
Do you want to put your bag in behind the...
Morning, everyone. Hello, welcome. Can I just ask everyone to start taking your seats, please, because we'll be live streaming from 11 o'clock on the dot. So if you want to start taking your seats, that'll be great. Thank you. Oh,
2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
If you're not going to sign this form, no one said no one's got
Is it on?
Right, yeah. It's just done this and everyone's got yeah, well, I was like,
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Please take your seats. The performance is about to begin. Good. Very good. We're just getting ready for the live streaming, so that's the delay, and then we'll be ready to start. The whole wide world. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Can you hear me? Hi, hello, and welcome, welcome, welcome to Foyles. Those of you who were, this is our 3rd birthday. Happy birthday to ALLi. And it is also the 3rd birthday of IndieReCon, who are watching us closely over from the US and all around the world, and with whom we've joined forces this year to bring a 3-day online conference, and this is day number 3. So hi, and I'm really, really delighted you're here, and I'm really excited about this. A few things just to note. I'm just here for housekeeping. Loos are here on the left, and there are more just downstairs. We We're authors, not events managers, so we've already got things spectacularly wrong in that we haven't really left enough time for some things, so we're going to need to call on your help later to help us to move things quickly between one thing and another. But we have a fantastic day lined up for you, and those of you who were there 3 years ago when we launched at London Book Fair, hi to the old hands. I stood up and I said, we're indie and we're here in London Book Fair, I meant, and we're here to stay. Well, here we are 3 years later, deciding to associate ourselves very closely in partnership with London Book Fair for this event, but to come into the heart of reading London. Foyles bookstore, which, I mean, that's just fantastic space that they've created in the last number of months, and realizing really that indie publishers are very much about where the readers are. So while London Book Fair is fantastic if you're starting out as an indie, for you guys there was a need for more in-depth education and knowledge, and that's why we've brought some of the people that you're going to hear together today. And I'm starting off with Miss Wonderful, CJ Lyons, who's been an ALLi member too since we started. CJ needs no introduction probably, but I'll do it anyway. She is a New York Times and USA Today bestseller. She's written 29 now? 29 books. Yeah, I know. And awards coming out of her all over the place, and latest the Thriller Award? Yeah. Nominated for, and yeah, just a fantastic writer, also a fantastic supporter of indie authors, and she's come all the way from North Carolina to be with us today. So treat ahead.
Thank you, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. All right, and sorry for those across the pond that it's very early in the morning for you. I guess we just woke you up. Really, really excited to be here and for this whole event. First of all, I do have to thank a couple people. I've been working with IndieReCon since their very first time, so I have to thank Shelley and Johanna for continuing to invite me back and for putting up with me. Also, I need to thank Joanna Penn, who probably most of you know from thecreativepenn.com, as she's the one that actually got me involved with ALLi to begin with. And I need to thank Orna for all of her, I don't know, energy. If we could bottle that, I mean, we wouldn't need caffeine, would we? So thank you, Orna, for everything that you do. And most of all, thank you, Foyles, for having us. I mean, who here thinks that they should do what the British Museum does and host a night in the bookstore? I would be the first to sign up for that. So anyway, good morning. I'm CJ Lyons, and Orna asked me to talk about the philosophy of serving the reader. Now, how many of you guys consider yourselves artists? Yeah, I was going to say, I have a feeling we have artists among us. How many of you guys consider yourselves business people? Ah, that's interesting. So it's about half and half. How many of you guys are like, I know I should have raised my hand both times, but I have no idea how to bring the two parts of my life together? So is there a schizophrenic category? Yeah, okay, well that's what we're going to talk about today, because the bridge between your creative life that you need when you're sitting at the keyboard and writing and creating content, and your business life that you need, because we are all of us, once we decide to sell our content and take control of our careers, we are CEOs of our own global media empires. And you need to think like that. It doesn't matter if you're what route you take to publish. You could be self-published, you could be traditionally published, you could be published with a small press, a big press, New York City, London. Does not matter. You still need to understand the business and take control of it, because it's your livelihood. I mean, just think of that word when it's written out. Livelihood, right? You lose that? Do you lose life? I mean, that's not good. So I'm going to talk a little bit, and hopefully, I came up with this in the shower this morning, so I don't know if it's going to work, but hopefully with a metaphor that will illustrate why this is so important. So personally, I probably would not have raised my hand when I said, who here thinks of himself as an artist? I don't know about you guys, but that word makes me feel small, like I don't know if I'm good enough to be an artist, and uncomfortable and a bit nervous to claim it for myself. I prefer the term storyteller. I've been a storyteller all my life. It got me into a lot of trouble as a kid, but that's a whole other story. Or, you know, more of a craftsman. I love the term wordsmith. So when I was thinking about what I was going to say to you guys this morning, I thought, okay, wait, wordsmith, artisan. That's like a blacksmith. So I want you guys to think about a blacksmith. Think about them creating a horseshoe. They work. Their sweat is going into that and sizzling off of it. They're plunging into the fire and pulling it back out and reshaping and remolding and making it just right until they're ready to deliver that product. That sounds like a lot of what we do, doesn't it? You know? Slaving over that keyboard. Maybe it's not quite as hot as a fire. And, you know, we can do it in our PJs, but still, it's work. And a lot of times as artists, as creators, we get so close to that work that we can't let it go. We just want to keep, she's nodding down here, yes. We should name this. I'm sure it's a medical condition. By the way, my other career in the past was as a pediatric ER doctor, so I tend to look for medical things and everything. But, you know, we keep molding and working at it, massaging it, and we're just like, is it good enough, or is it right? And it's like we have a hard time letting go. But if we want our readers, our audience, or in the case of the blacksmith, our horse, to be able to do anything, we've got to get that horseshoe done. And we've got to put it on them, and we can't worry about what kind of muck it's going to be stepping in as it goes out into the world, and what kind of slings and arrows are going to be thrown at it as it goes on its journey. We have to walk away. And here's the real key too, though. How many hooves does a horse have? How many horseshoes do they need? More than one, right? We can't have that horse stepping around on just one horseshoe. We have to get to work on the next. And our goal is to make that just as good, just as finely crafted, just as wonderful as the first. Or now that we know more of what we're doing, we know how this horse reacts to horseshoes, we know what we're doing with it, we're going to make it even better. We're going to set that bar higher. So that's where we are artistically, and that's how we get things out into the marketplace. But there's a pitfall there. A lot of us tend to get caught up in the marketplace. They realize, wait, numbers. I can play with those numbers. They don't take as much work as creating. I can go around, I can figure out how to game the system, how to get my horseshoes on the bestseller list for, I don't know, snow bear shoes, you know? Because, you know, maybe polar bears, you know, they need shoes, and people that own polar bears, they might have horses. So even though I'm marketing horseshoes to them, maybe someday they'll come and they'll actually want to buy what I'm giving them. You guys have all been victims of this kind of mass marketing, I'm sure. And it doesn't work, does it? We also tend to get caught up in the numbers game as far as following trends, as far as following the money, as far as getting sucked into this morass of, well, I think I'm taking care of business because I'm paying attention to my Amazon ranking, right? No, that's not taking care of business. Taking care of business is taking care of the things you have control of, not fixating on the things that are out of your control. So I would suggest that the bridge between these two sides of our personalities, the need to take control of our business, of our livelihoods, and the need to keep true to our artistic potential and our creative spirit, the answer to that lies with our audience. If we go into both sides of the business and the creation with an attitude of serving our audience, and I truly mean serving, then our goal will change from wanting to sell 1 million books which actually seems to be the goal of just about every new author out there. And of course, it sounds good. Who wouldn't want to sell 1 million books? It's a lot of fun. I've sold 2 million. I can tell you, it is a lot of fun. But that can't be your goal. Because wanting to sell 1 million books makes you think like, I can take this one product and just market the hell out of it till I've sold it to 1 million people. That's not serving anyone. What you want to do is find the audience that is your audience and how you can serve them. What need do you fulfill, with this tragic novel? What need do you fulfill with this how-to book on how to cope with, grief or loss? How can you serve them? If you take that attitude, then I would suggest that the bar is not, how can I sell 1 million copies of my book? The bar becomes, how can I write books that 1 million people want to buy? I want you to think about that. That kind of changes everything, doesn't it? That brings the creation and the business part together and bridges that gap by making the reader the heart and soul of everything you do. And in fact, this is a strategy that I've learned. I use my mantra when I'm making any decision, whether it's business or plot related, is this going to make my readers jump for joy, shout for delight, and want to tell all their friends about my books? Because we don't start with 1 million readers. We start with 1. And if we serve that reader well, they'll tell 10 of their friends. And if 9 of their friends enjoy it and remember our names, then they'll tell 10 of their friends. But here's the other key. Remember how that horse had 4 hooves? Needed 4 shoes instead of just 1? It's very difficult to make it in this business and to create a career of just 1 product with 1 book. You need to be working on the next. And with each book, you need to raise that bar higher and think, is this a book that 1 million people are going to want to buy and tell their friends to buy? And remember, you're not in competition with each other so much as you're in competition with every bestseller already out there, with every award winner already out there. But we actually have an advantage. It's not as overwhelming as it sounds, because a lot of them are not thinking about their readers, and we are. So if you take that attitude of, how can I serve my reader? How can I fulfill their needs? How can I make this book so impossible for them to say no to, that they want to spend their money on it, they're happy to spend their money on it? Then you don't have to worry. As I always say, and Orna's heard me say this before, if I keep my readers happy, I keep my bottom line happy. So that would be my mantra to you guys, is how can I write a book that 1 million people can't say no to? So thank you very much.
We have time for 2 questions for CJ, if anybody has a burning question. If not, we'll move on, and there'll be time. You've all filled out your questions, I think, as you came in, and we will have time for lots of questions at the end, and CJ will be back on that panel.
Yes, I'll be back on, I think, the 3:30 panel, if anyone has questions.
Yeah.
And enjoy the conference.
Waterways is phenomenally dangerous. I'm very dangerous.
Yeah, put it under.
man, please. Oh, here's the end. Everybody else is okay?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Right, hello, good morning everybody. I'm Debbie Young, Commissioning Editor of the Author Advice Centre for ALLi, and it's wonderful to be kicking off this panel session. We've got three terrific people here today to tell us all about funding, public funding and charitable funding for authors. As indie authors paying out, we're self-funding, we have always have our eye, or should always have our eye on the bottom line to make sure that we're maintaining a viable way forward through our self-publishing path. And I've been discovering, as I've been researching for this discussion, that there are actually a lot of different ways in which you can find funding which may or may not be appropriate for what you write or how you operate, but it's still better to be informed and then make an informed decision about whether to apply for anything or not. Now, when I first started looking at this panel, the theme for this panel, I was thinking in terms of funding for authors to pay for their writing time, because everybody dreams of giving up their day job, or most people dream of giving up their day job to write full time. And I've been quite fascinated to find out that there are lots of other ways of being sponsored effectively, whether it's in kind or lots and lots of ways. And we've got three people with different perspectives who are going to tell us all about the different funds and resources that are available out there, and three very different perspectives as well, I think. Obviously, we're talking in London. We've got three people from Great Britain here who, I've got to be very careful to say Great Britain, not England, because we have Peter Erpeth from the Highlands and Islands, wonderful, wonderful part of the country, and Emergence are also a kind sponsor of the conference today. He's going to talk from the very top of the country. We've got John from the Arts Council, and he's the Literature Relationship Manager of the Arts Council of England. I was very pleased to find that they had a Literature Relationship Manager.
More than one.
More than one, even better, even better. And then Nicola Solomon, who is Chief Executive of the Society of Authors. So I thought to start off with, what we'll do is we'll sort of set the context and ask each of them in turn to explain a little bit about where they stand and whether their organisation can help authors with respect to finding funding or other ways of helping them develop their career. So shall I start off with Nicola, with the Society of Authors, to tell us, I'm sure that how many people here are members of the Society of Authors as well? So you probably already know a lot of this, but it's also a useful insight into what the Society of Authors offers for those who aren't associated with it. So Nicola, can I hand over to you, please?
Thank you, and it's great to be here. The Society of Authors exists to protect the rights and further the interests of authors. I think many people here who are members will know that what we do is help authors in all sorts of ways, and in particular we're very well known for our contract checking service, so we'll always check on contracts. We have 6 advisors helping at all times with any aspects of writing, publishing, whatever questions. But actually, that's not why I've been invited to the panel today. One of the other things that we do and that we're very concerned about is about finding other ways to fund writing these days. You only have to look at the ALCS survey to see that authors' earnings are dire and are going down, that there's been a drop since 2008 of about 29%. In a period when publishers' incomes have held steady, so it's actually quite concerning for us. And in particular, for traditionally published authors, advances have gone down, so the time to write isn't there. We've been very lucky. The Society started in 1884, and we've had some very generous members in the past, not least George Bernard Shaw, actually, from whom we still get royalties from his estate. And therefore, we've got quite a lot of funds to give money to people to help them to write. So I'm going to talk a bit about our funds and a bit about other ways that you can get money, some of which are open to self-published authors and some of which are not. But I would also say, watch this space. It is an area that we are constantly looking at and will continue to look at. So there are various ways, perhaps in order. The first one is buying time to write. And I know that the Arts Council also do quite a bit of this, but we have particularly the Authors Foundation, which was set up in our centenary year, 1984, specifically to allow authors help with a particular project. We give out about £300,000 a year. Now, at the moment, we don't give money to people who are self-published or are going to self-publish. These are generally to put money into projects where you've either got a publishing contract or you're likely to get a British publishing contract. That's what they say. However, that is under review, and it may well be that that will be changed. But the one thing these grants never do is give funding towards the cost of publication. What they're intended for is to buy time for travel, for research and so on. But if you can send a compelling project, that will be one that will certainly be looked at in future. Then we deal with authors in need, and that's becoming a very big category, and it's surprising how many really quite well-known authors are coming to us for our pension funds, for our contingency funds in emergencies, and those are open to professional writers. And if you look, for example, at the criteria on which you join the Society of Authors, professional writers is defined there, and at the moment you can join as a full member if you've self-published an ebook. If you've self-published an ebook which has sold over 500 copies or a physical book which has sold over 300 copies. So you could be considered professional having only self-published. You can also join as an associate if you've published books but you haven't met those criteria yet. So I think that professional author is wide enough to be changing, and I think that, again, the contingency fund is something that people might consider looking for, particularly if you can show that you've written a lot of analogous work, like articles, poems, whatever, because what we look at is whether people are writers more than the projects. So if actually you've been writing for years professionally in different ways, that will add to the sum of whether you're a professional writer. The next thing never to forget is prizes. There are loads and loads of prizes out there that we administer a number. Some of ours are open to published work, to traditionally published work only. Many are not. And one of the things that we're seeing now is, I mean, for example, this letter, I brought it along because we got it just this week from Margaret Nairn, I don't know if she's here, a self-published author who, with her publisher hat, submitted her own book for an award and has won the KLA Academic Book Award 2015. So don't think that, which is great because it shows the quality of self-published works, and it shows that you can win prizes. People aren't just going to turn up their nose at self-published works. So all of those things are worth looking for. We have a number on our website. We're also looking to talk to the other organisations such as the Royal Literary Fund to do a website together in the hope of finding one place that people can go to, because I know that there are tremendous numbers of places. The other thing I just want to say about prizes, though, before you put anything in for a competition, please look really, really carefully at the rules. There are very many dodgy competitions out there that take all your copyright, that ask you to pay to put money in. You should never be paying other than a minor entry fee for a competition, and you should never be giving away any rights. So just be really aware when you're entering competitions of whether they're dodgy or not. Also, there are other things to think about that you might sign up for that you haven't. There's public lending right. If your books have made their way into libraries, make sure you're signed up for public lending right money. And there's ALCS money from secondary use, from copying, which is really quite significant. A lot of our authors are actually getting a real income, and as ALCS says, it's free money. So, don't forget to sign up for these other ways that pay you for uses of your work. And of course, incredibly satisfying because you are then being paid for use for your work. And although that's not funding per se, it's mad if you're a business person not to be getting all the money that you're entitled to and claiming it. So it's really worth knowing that they're out there. And the other thing that I think many of the organisations are now looking at for ways to get people into writing are different schemes that help both established authors and emerging authors. So, for example, we run and are going to be running a number more of mentoring schemes whereby our established authors will be paid for mentoring emerging authors. And that helps, particularly in particular genres. Translation has always done it very successfully. We are doing it a bit in broadcasting, a bit in education, and so on. And we will probably pay both the mentor and the mentee for doing that. So those are areas where people are looking at, and again, that's the kind of thing that I know that the Arts Council also funds schemes that do that. The other sort of schemes that you should look at to fund your writing are residencies. Plenty of people are authors in residence in all sorts of places, libraries, universities, whatever. And those, again, are ways that can fund or support writing that are really worth thinking about if you're thinking of a wider way to get the money there while you're writing. So that is just a very, very brief sort of whistle-stop tour of the kind of things that you should be thinking about. But it's important just to think widely on these. I mean, the whole thing that why I love acting for and helping authors is about imagination, and about as widely as you can cast your imagination. If you can pitch a good idea to us, to the Arts Council or whatever, people are prepared to support and really support quality writing and make sure it gets out there in what's quite a difficult time. So I said to Debbie my first answer would be very long. I promise my other ones will be much shorter.
Right, thank you very much, Nicola. That's really comprehensive and really interesting point that you make about the competitions as well, because you can get significant money from competitions, and it's up to you to decide whether the game is worth a candle and which competitions to enter. And there is, in this lovely book that you've got on your chair's free copy today, there is a chapter on there on how to choose competitions and to work out whether a competition is worth entering or not. So should we move on to John? And I think from my reading of some of the Arts Council documentation, it looks as if Nicola's been talking a lot about support for the individual or in pairs with a mentor, and you have quite a lot in your funding documents about group projects, and so it's not just about the individual. Can you say a little bit about both what you offer for the individual and for groups as well, please?
Yeah, certainly. Well, we fund writing and support writers in all kinds of ways, both directly, which I will focus on today, as well as indirectly through funding lots of organisations which in turn run things like mentoring programmes that Nicola's mentioned. But I think, given the climate that we're in, where there are all kinds of challenges, but also massive opportunities to writers, Arts Council's really aware and really interested in supporting the individual writer and artist and enabling writers to do all kinds of creative work in all kinds of creative forms, both for publication in various ways and beyond the book and beyond the page. To give you a flavour, because it's all about excellent writing. We're looking for excellent writing. We're looking to be excited by exciting ideas from writers. And we know that you can find excellent writing and excellent ideas all over the place. To give you an idea, in 1 week where I'm kind of going around things that we've supported in terms of writing, I might start by opening an anthology by one of our independent publishing presses, like And Other Stories, or in poetry, something like Blood Axe. Then I might be going to a showcase event for new, as yet unpublished writers who are starting out, who've been through a mentoring programme by an organisation like Literary Consultancy or Writer Centre Norwich, New Writing South, Spread the Word. Then what might I do? Then I might be going to some prizes. So I might start at the Saboteur Awards, which is a great, really fantastic event showcasing writing in all kinds of platforms and ways of writing today. And then I might go to the T.S. Eliot Literary Poetry Awards. And then I might go to the Creative Future Literary Awards, which are for disabled and marginalised writers, and really shining a light on writing that isn't coming through any mainstream channels at the moment. Then I might go onto YouTube and look at a poetry and Minecraft project which is being developed as a result of the writing platform's creative bursaries that we're supporting. Or perhaps a poetry residency in Google Maps by a writer called Martin Jackson that was funded as a grant to him. And in terms of residencies, if being resident in the online space is a bit too out there, then I might just go to a residency in an airport or in a museum or in a school, of course. And and I don't know, might end up at a storytelling festival, or where there are writers just writing for performance, or writers that are really exploring the relationship between performance and the page. An organisation like Penned in the Margins, which is taking writers that they've published and then kind of helping them produce shows to bring that work to life in touring productions. So I hope that gives you a flavour of the kind of work that we support when it comes to supporting writers. And it's really important to emphasise that whilst a lot of that is indirect funding through organisations, an awful lot of that kind of work happens by us funding writers to do it directly and independently. And so we're really interested in the kind of breadth of creative writing, the breadth of creative projects that writers independently can come up with and can apply to us to run really interesting literary projects of all kinds. So I will just tell you some very basic info about the main fund that we have that does that, which is called Grants for the Arts. And Grants for the Arts is an open access project funding programme. It funds across art forms, not just writing, music, dance, theatre and so on. It starts at £1,000 and you can apply at any time. And most people are eligible, but there are some in eligibility criteria to check out as well. So it's really competitive because it funds all kinds of artistic projects. But in 2013-14, I think we funded about 142 projects directly applied to us by individual writers. I think that's a great number of projects and a real range there. The two key criteria for anyone applying to Grants for the Arts are artistic quality and public engagement. And artistic quality is really going to be mainly shown through your track record as a writer, but we take quite a broad view about what that might look like, because writers work and publish in all different kinds of ways. But something, without us being able, unfortunately, to read your work directly more often than not, things that add up to show that you've got a really good kind of track record for the quality of the writing that you have. And public engagement, which could be in the project that you're doing or might come later if you were really focusing on the writing time or on the creative development of a project. And as Nicola mentioned, we fund quite a lot of time to write projects, which is people having that dedicated time that is being eroded by so many other things these days to really focus and make your work the best it can be. It's fair to say at the moment that largely those grants are going to traditionally published writers, because I think you can meet those kind of criteria really well when you're in the traditional publishing field. But again, we're open-minded and interested to see how that might shift over time. And certainly independent authors are eligible to apply, but I think you'd really need to think really carefully about how you make a really strong case in terms of who your audience is and how you are reaching them and the demonstrating the quality of your writing. But just to finish, I think all the time to write things is really interesting, but we are really particularly interested in the kind of beyond the I'd like to publish my book kind of applications. And I think there, when you're thinking independently as artists and writers, when you're looking to our funds like Grants for the Arts, but also looking more widely, there's other funding for artists, there's commissions, there's sponsorships and that kind of thing, how you can be coming up with your own ideas and then accessing funds to take them forward. So I hope that's given you a bit of a flavour of what we're about at the Arts Council.
Right, thank you very much. Particularly interesting talking about public engagement, the importance of the public engagement, the potential for involving other people in the work that you're trying to get funded. And I think, Peter, you're in a slightly different position, really, aren't you, up in the Highlands and Islands? Because looking at your website, it struck me that you're so much about developing public engagement and almost creating an industry up there in the arts.
Yes, that's true.
Right?
We're very much different in that we are now, as an organisation, Emergence is actually a social enterprise with the aim of supporting the growth of writing and publishing in any form as a career, as part of the creative industries of the Highlands and Islands. And that's work that goes under the name now of Expo North. You'll see the banner, and it's funded by the European Regional Development Fund. There's 5 contracts across the different creative industries. My perspective these days is entirely that of business and economic development. I don't spend too much of my life worrying about concepts such as artistic quality, and I'm also incredibly suspicious about people who place points of entries and gateways and so on around economic activity that they themselves then control, they themselves then take economic benefit from. My interests are in assisting writers to economically fulfil the potential of their work as far as that is possible. And because of that, I see the route of being an independent author as the single biggest opportunity that writers have in the modern publishing marketplace. You know, it's a substantial opportunity, and it can have quality and professionalism around all aspects of its activity. And I must say that in the region I work, and there's some of them in the room at the moment, I draw huge inspiration from some of the innovation and the energy that indie authors actually put into that process. And I must say, I've always, these days, I find that considerably more of an inspiration than the idea of some sort of abstract literary quality. It is that process of engagement. It's the ability to attract and retain a kind of an engagement with readers and to directly relate to readers. And so we look at supporting projects and activities that enable that process. Of course we work with writers who are going down the route of the so-called traditional publishing thing, but I must say that I draw far more inspiration from the self-publishing world, from the indie world, and it's there actually that I always look for innovation. There's a lot of transferable things that the indie authors, and some of you guys are doing this now, are often ahead of the curve. And that's, as somebody who works in business development, I'm always looking for that. That to me is innovation. And the space of innovation is the space where, as far as I'm concerned, money is to be made, you know. We don't provide grants for writing time. We do provide grants for people to be able to attend things like this and to take their work to international markets. We do critical reading for free, which is you know, done at a very, very professional level, and always includes work around marketing plans and business development. So from my perspective, and I must say that seamlessly over the last 16 years, I started off as a traditional literature development worker with funds from Creative Scotland, or Scottish Arts Council as it was. And I'd say about 2005, sometime like that, 2006, when the digital books started coming, I became increasingly aware that many of us in that trade, and I know this does change, and it's changed at different pace elsewhere, many of us in the trade, being the old writing development worker, the literary development worker, were really kind of selling a lie to a lot of the people we were working with. They held very high notions about the value of being an author and so on, but at the end of the day it was an impossible gig. You know, they'd end up selling 500 books, maybe having another 500 locked in a warehouse. There'd be public money supporting all of that, and no one's making money, no one's becoming a professional writer. Everyone wants to be James Joyce in the garret, but it's a myth, you know. What I wanted to do was start talking to authors about, well, how do you get readers? How do you actually get out there and get read? And that's what I think we all really want, is that engagement and that kind of thing. And the growth of social media and the growth of digital publishing are what I think has caused, you know, this movement to grow and to become viable. So we fund the things that enable that kind of process. I personally think that for authors we should be looking as much to the likes of the sort of business development agencies and corporations as you should to the arts councils and all the rest of it, you know. And we need to be persuading the enterprise agencies to come into this field as much as they might do to, you know, a large-scale traditional publisher who might be on their doorstep. In the Highlands and Islands, we don't have that opportunity. We're never going to have Penguins HQ on our doorstep. But I tell you what I do have is I've, you know, 700 writers, and that's a big industry. These are people who stay living in our region and, you know, hopefully some of them doing okay financially out of it. And that enriches their lives economically, and it enriches our life culturally and economically as well. So that's our kind of approach. And I suppose I come because of that with huge suspicions about the links, the traditional links between the public sector and the publishing industry. You know, now I wonder, well, why would you do that? You know, there's got to be a compelling reason to give 92% of your profit to somebody. It's an expensive way of buying a service as far as I can see. And so economic development for me means what's the cash back to the individual, to the originator. And that's the test point, you know. And I think these are the criteria we really, really need to sort of engage with. we're flexible. You can apply to us for all sorts of things. You know, generally we help. You know, we'll help develop the product. It's content, and we work on that. And we want your work to be as good as it can be in your own criteria. I don't worry about whether it's high quality literature or whether it's on the map of all of that stuff. You know, I personally enjoy reading all sorts of stuff, and lots of other readers are, you know, see great value in stuff that was traditionally seen as trash by the old public purse. You know, doesn't bother me. You know, I want you to be able to maximise the economic return for your efforts, and to have the great joy of connecting with a great sea of readers that there is out there. So that's my sort of perspective.
3 really interesting, different perspectives. Thank you very much. And I'd have to say, I go up on holiday to Peter's area quite a lot, and we've got at least one person who lives, Linda, lives up that way as well. And whenever I go up there, I'm always spotting different projects on the go in little villages, little communities, because it's very sparsely populated, but so many of these must be publicly funded. And funny enough, when I was getting ready to chair this panel, my mind went back to an event that I went to in Ullapool, which is a tiny little harbour town northwest of Scotland, where last summer I went to this wonderful event. We just turned up, found it by chance, free event of hearing a little man who had sailed over from the Isle of Lewis on his little traditional sailing boat, was on a visiting Norwegian tall ship that was in the harbour for a couple of nights, open to the public for free. We went on there, had a lovely free storytelling session. I bought this disc. I liked it so much I bought the disc of his storytelling. Looking at it last night, I realised Peter Urpeth is on there playing the piano. So he's really practising what he preaches as well. And that's
as a piano player, though. It's not as a storyteller. You know?
Yeah, but it's that sort of project is so exciting and makes you realise just how broad public funding can go. It's not just about buying writing time. There's so much more that it can do. And another project that I came across that I was privileged to be involved with, we've got Dawn Reeves here, who's the curator of this little book, which was a lovely project, which was to put a positive spin on the future of public services. And she invited government officers, health workers, social workers, and a few writers to contribute flash fiction stories that presented a positive ending for public service. It's particularly good reading at this time of the run up to the election. And honestly, this was publicly funded, not by paying for the actual production of it, but by putting you in touch with an organisation who could privately fund it. Do you want to expand on that, Dawn? Have I got that right?
Thank you very much. Marvellous that Debbie's in the collection and also Sarah Dale here.
Yes.
I just pitched the idea to Solace, the Society for Local Authority Chief Executives. Glamorous or what? But they said, yeah, love the idea, and they found a sponsor for all the production costs. They bought a run of 500, they launched it at their conference. The Guardian got behind it, the Guardian Society, so it's been out there. So that was just from the idea of saying, how about this? You know, we need to hear stories, fiction about this, and it's worked.
Yeah, it's been very exciting. And thank you to Sarah for putting me in touch with Dawn in the first place. The power of ALLi networking is wonderful. And Dan, Dan Holloway at the front, you've been involved in on the receiving end of or involved in lots of projects, and the Penning Perfumes. Perfumes is one of them.
It's a wonderful event where a London perfumer and a group of poets got together, and writers were sent anonymous perfumes in the post that they had to respond to with a poem.
Brilliant.
And perfumers were sent anonymous pieces of writing in the post to which they had to respond by creating a perfume, and then they'd all come together at nights across the country, and there would be live free-form poetry as well and live free-form perfume mixing. It was a great way of blending, and this was sponsored by the Arts Council, and it was a great way of bringing two different kinds of sensual experience together, and getting people into which you wouldn't otherwise be involved in.
And I think all of those projects open your mind to thinking, well, actually, we need to think laterally. We need to think outside the box when we're pitching these projects. You need to look at where the funders are coming from, look at their perspective, not on you as an impoverished author writing in your garret and wanting a bit of money. You know, you've got to think about the other side of coin, and we had quite a lively discussion about public funding and the arts on the ALLi Facebook forum the other day, with people coming up with examples of things that they really didn't think should have been funded, and others things that they really thought they should have been funded. And Dan summed it up quite well. Was saying, well, what should be funded publicly? And he said, well, when an overwhelming majority of people react to something by going, really? What on earth? That in itself is probably a pretty good case for public funding. So what do you think are the hallmarks of a good case for public funding? Are there any particular case studies that you might like to mention that you particularly like, that you'd like to see more of? Or any general points that you'd like to make that haven't already been made?
Well, I think what on earth is quite a good reaction, because it might mean you've never seen anything like it before, and I think that's always quite interesting to be supported, particularly through the Arts Council. And, you know, things that aren't going to be to everyone's taste is also important to have as well. You know, so I think that for me it is about being, you know, an exciting, sometimes provocative idea, and that's absolutely up to you as writers to kind of to come up with and then to communicate to us. So I think that's an important thing, you know, just whether it's about a hallmark of a good project or how you make the application, is just to kind of, yeah, to make it an exciting pitch in a sense. I think we're all aware of the importance of that.
Right. Well, I mean, I think actually anything which is good writing and is going to find readers, but not, you know, massive amount, maybe someone. And I think what's interesting is the number of people who want to tie you up by genre, but really the Authors Foundation will cover anything. And these are some of the specific areas they have grants for, but they will cover anything. The Tanner Babers is funding for original fiction in the fields of science fiction, fantasy and magical realism. The Roger Deakin are for creative works of any genre concerned with natural history, landscape or the environment. The John Highgate are for commissioned works of travel writing. The Elizabeth Longford are open to historical biographers. The John C. Lawrence are any things which help to improve understanding between races. The Michael Mayer are for theatre. The Arthur Welton are for poetry. The Sasakwa are for any aspect of Japanese culture or society. So you should see, these are unbelievably wide, and these are the things that we've said, these are particular things we're interested in, but the rest are just general. So any really good idea that catches someone's imagination and that will, you know, add to the sum of good writing out there. I think that's really what people are looking for and what people want to encourage.
I think that's all very exciting, and it's all, to me, it's opening up so many more doors of opportunity. I know there's been quite a bubble of interest in crowdfunding recently, and some people have crowdfunded their work very successfully, and others have found it very difficult to get any interest at all in crowdfunding. I think a lot of people perhaps need to put crowdfunding aside if it doesn't work for them and to look at some of these options instead. There's a lot of potential there. What's the difference, do you think? Is there, to what extent, to have a successful crowdfunding campaign, you need to pitch it right, you need to have a business proposition, an appealing proposition to your audience, and I guess in the same way you have to do that to get a funding case. But what would be the difference, do you think, between crowdfunding and looking for arts type funding like this?
Well, my experience of this has been quite mixed, I must say, but I think that's because it's a market for writers that hasn't kind of matured in the same way that it has for other kinds of artistic and cultural things. And certainly sort of like innovation in tech is doing very well in the crowdfunding space, you know. But there are many examples actually within the kind of independent movie and documentary world, you know, on film, which I think we can borrow quite a lot of lessons from, and particularly as well that actually things are broken down into much smaller parts often in those campaigns. So the research part, you know, if it's a project that's got potential social appeal or is a, you know, some sort of community thing, it doesn't have to be everything all together in one actual part of the crowdfunding thing, you know. But I think it's difficult for authors to do this, you know, and I was actually involved in I had a book with one of the sort of hybrid crowdfunders, the sort of leading one, and I found that a somewhat mixed experience, I must say, you know, because particularly some of these things, I mean, some of them are very open, but some of them, again, have an element of a kind of a gatekeeper or a kind of a, you know, I'd say you're better off if you want to do this sort of thing, going to, you know, one of the kind of Kickstarters, one of the sort of open platforms. But it's difficult for authors, and I think we mustn't say that this is a sort of a new route to a gold mine. It takes a lot of resource to do it as well. The video and the hook in all of this is really important. And but I also think, again, these are things that you might be able to go to a business enterprise agency about. So, I mean, for me, really good writing, the place I only want to see that, because I won't judge whether your novel's really good. What I will judge whether your business plan is any good. And these aspects of it, I think, you know, if you want to do these things, crowdfunding is a way. Business does this generally, you know. Yeah. It's out there in all sorts of ways. You need a business plan. You need to really think this through and plan it and put it down on paper. And if crowdsourcing is one of the obvious solutions to that, something to go for, then by all means go for it, you know. But I don't think at this stage it's kind of a hyper mature platform for writers, so I wouldn't be penning everything on it, but what do you lose? I mean, I kind of believe there isn't a better moment than now, and don't wait for it to get better. Now is the moment, and do it. And I think a lot of it being an indie author's about that. You know, you don't hold off for the right moment to launch a project. We do it now, you know.
Yeah.
One of the things I think that is there for authors in terms of crowdsourcing, though, is actually the cross-media world. And I think as authors, we don't look at this enough now, you know, that the application of your content into another sphere is something that actually might be crowdfundable. If you've got a novel that's done well and you think there's something out there in terms of a screenplay or something like that, or another project, an app or something like that, then that link where you're already playing to a readership or a following for your work, you might want to see that, is something I think is crowdfundable. So whilst the original novel or whatever it is might be a difficult thing, if you've got something successful, the application of it into another media, the extension of it into another media realm, I think is a potentially good one. Because you've already got a proven platform, as it were. You know, you've got your following. And this might be, if you can get a partner in another business to extend this into another tech platform, that might be crowdfundable. And I think there's a good case to be made for looking for that. And there's certainly, you know, I've seen it work the other way around as well. There's a guy, some of you might know him, a guy called M. Sean Coleman, who wrote the Net Wars series. Well, he indie published the e-books after a crowdfunding campaign from that, after all the other elements had been done, the graphic novel, the film, the documentary. He then kept the rights and crowdfunded the e-book and launched that under his own name at Frankfurt last year. So that worked the other way for him as well, and I think that's a really, you know, a kind of really interesting place to be as a writer across all these sort of media. So crowdfunding, I'd have a look perhaps potentially more at what your own product already is and whether it could be fundable into another media. Find a partner to do it with, who's the tech person who does the app or the cartoon or the graphic novel or anything. And maybe the crowdfunding can be something that your existing readers might want it in another platform and so on. So I think there's opportunities there. But as I say, it all boils down. The good writing these days is in a business plan, and plan all this and look at all the opportunities, you know, and follow the lessons of your business planning. Don't just say, well, how do I make my plan equal crowdfunding or equal an application? You know, what is the business opportunity, and think of it as a business, and go to the people who will fund businesses, who kickstart business careers and who kickstart creative careers. It doesn't have to be through the public purse or the Arts Council or these sorts of things, very good as they are.
Can I just come in on that, though? And it's an important point for me to emphasise, which is that we very rarely 100% fund any projects, and these are not either or, very largely. So absolutely taking a leaf out of Peter's book here, thinking about some brilliant, you know, creative approaches that you might make to local authorities or to local businesses and so on, and combining those with a grant and thinking through what the total kind of financial plan for your writing project may be is something we actually want to hear about as well. And just to very quickly answer your question about what the difference is in terms of pitching to crowdfunding and that kind of thing. I'm not sure, but I think that there's often, I feel there's a huge emphasis on having to reach loads and loads and loads and loads of people in terms of getting your work out there and making the money to do it. And I think what we're about, and probably actually what a lot of you are about, and when you're thinking about crowdfunding, is being really specific about thinking how you're going to connect that with an audience and who they are and what is going to be meaningful in that connection. So it's not always about big numbers, actually, but it is about meaningful connections with readers and audiences.
Can I just add one thing to that? I mean, I think all those things are very true, and particularly the fact that if something's been endorsed by somebody else, by them giving money, then it's easier to get money from you as well. That's one of the reasons why people who are being applied to like to know that a publisher's involved, because it's like, well, someone else has been prepared to put their money into it, so maybe I will as well. I just want to say something else, though. You're all business people, so this probably doesn't apply to you. But for a lot of authors, this is a very new and very bewildering world, and they find writing business plans very difficult, and they haven't had to do that kind of business. Everyone increasingly will. But for people who have been writing for many years but are finding themselves in difficult situations, don't forget that we do have funds for need, and that those do not require you to do a very clever business plan. They require you to show that you've certain amount of book and that you've found yourself in illness or in need or for one thing or another. And don't, when we apply for those, particularly our contingency funds, they can be really quite informal applications. So if you're feeling too ill that day to make an application because you're ill, don't forget that those need funds do not require you to cover anything like the kind of hurdles that you will have to do for a project for something else.
It's very useful to know. Talking a lot about being entrepreneurs and authorpreneurs, as we like to call ourselves now, do you think that we will ever get to a point, in the same way that we have all these television programmes with Alan Sugar and all that sort of thing, and I don't know if you've seen these posters now for this Pitch Rich campaign with Richard Branson sort of getting in on the act, and you have to, I thought, oh, maybe he wants to do something, maybe he'd be interested in artistic projects, given that he started his career in the music industry and the arts in that way, but it's not, he's looking at a pure business, I think. It would be lovely if we had some sort of Medici-like figure coming back. Do you think that will ever happen, where we could have sort of that kind of programme with artists and authors pitching to a Medici, a modern-day Medici on television? I thought it would make good viewing.
I think that authors have to pitch their work all the time. They may not do it on television, but they are pitching to funders who have the money all the time. In fact, in a way, traditional publishers have worked exactly like that. And, you know, your literary agent or anyone else, you've got to be, you know, you have to be able to present it and you have to be able to communicate. And if you can't, unfortunately, it's very, very hard to get published. And some people don't have those skills. So yes, I wouldn't be in the least bit surprised to see people pitching on television. And after all, we have massive numbers of performance authors, artists, poets out there who are pitching their work every day of the week. And we have masses of very well-known novelists who are in all sorts of literary festivals. In that sense, you are expected to sell yourself as well as your work much more than you ever were, I would say.
Can I just sort of wrap up really and perhaps have time for, have we got time for a couple of questions as well afterwards? Just come back to sort of the biggie, really, about to me, from where I'm standing, there seems to be an ongoing blurring of the boundaries between self-published and indie authors and traditionally trade-published authors. I suspect that up until now, most indie authors have been quite shy and quite modest, and that's held them back from applying. From your perspective, how do you see the role? I mean, you've been talking about indies being the most entrepreneurial and having the most exciting development coming up. Does that hold true for all of you? Do you see being an indie being a barrier to gaining funding? If I can ask Nicola and John in particular about that.
I mean, clearly it is quite true that many of our funds you still have to be traditionally published. But in a way, what's being asked for there is more about experience and a track record. So I think that you will increasingly be able to do that some other way, because people are looking for quality and for evidence of continuing quality. But I would, you know, the honest answer is that all authors hate asking for money and applying for funds, and I'm amazed. We say to people all the time, please just apply for some of this money, and it's really hard to get people to do so. So I would say to anyone, what can you lose, really?
Don't hold back, folks. Your inboxes will be full on Monday. John, do you want to add something to that?
I agree, and I think being independent in your ideas and in your proposals is a really good space to be in, and I think we're really interested in hearing about that. I think things will take time to evolve. Everything's just going to keep changing, and public funding is no different to that. We will keep evolving and being responsive, but it is about great writing and reaching audiences, and those two things are going to keep evolving. And I think we're just open to the change, I think, at this stage.
From my kind of own perspective of this can't happen in isolation. Of course, we're talking here about funds for writers, and the public purse still to a significant extent supports aspects of the traditional publishing industry. And I think that has to change for many of the same reasons as well, that we need that sector of the whole publishing thing. The old block grant, if it still exists and so on, needs to be far more scrutinised in terms of value for money and the whole purpose of why do we support writing why should the public support writing anyway? I mean, I think it should. I just want to ask the question. And I have to tell you how difficult people find that to answer when you go into some large-scale public organisations. They don't know why. Or that's a question you dare not ask, in case the politicians hear it or whatever, But at the same side of this, the other thing we find, I mean, there was a report published just a few days ago about the experiences of, to use their phrase, people with colour in the publishing industry, Now, when I see things in the public sector where it says, you've got to have this traditional publishing record, I can read that in another way and say, look at the experience of people of colour in this industry and say, if you insist on the traditional publishing line, you're effectively just borrowing the bias against their entry points into being a writer and a publisher. You are actually just saying, well, we accept as the hallmark all the problems of the traditional publishing world. The fact that it's interns and Oxbridge graduates, and the fact that it insists on people from black and Asian backgrounds writing about post-colonialism. This is what this report says goes on in the traditional publishing world. So when you insist upon that being a criteria, you have to accept the downside of what that industry is really all about as well. You can't have one without the other. So I hope actually that it turns the other way, that you have to make a case to say why, if I give you £10,000 as an author, you'll have 10,000, then you'll turn all the economic benefit into a benefit for somebody who we don't control, who's a private company, and I, as somebody in business and development, want you to benefit, and I want you, whoever you are, to be able to benefit equally, and not be subject to the gatekeeping and the social engineering of the sort of publishing world as it still goes on. So,
I think that's music to our ears, Peter. That's wonderful. And I think it's also important to say that the benefits that you might accrue from funding aren't just that kind of benefit, but also you can get knock-on benefits, because once you've gained in one way from a project, you can get sort of snowball effects. I mean, teeny tiny example is that having written a story in praise of mobile libraries in this one, I've now got my book stocked in our mobile libraries in my county as a result. It's wonderful and unexpected. And Lindsay Stanbury Flynn, novelist in the middle there, you were mentioning to me the other day that you'd had something similar where you'd got some public funding for a project. Do you want to say a little bit about that? You've got public funding for a project which then led on to other gigs and bookings and things.
Yes, there's a system in part of writing. Writing West Midlands have a scheme called Room 2.0, and every year they have about 15 writers that they support and offer opportunities to. I think that's Arts Council funded. And I was on that 2 or 3 years ago, and as a result of that I got a commission to write a short story for West Midlands Readers Network, quite nicely paid, I think maybe also funded by the Arts Council, and quite a few speaking gigs in libraries and so on. So being part of that scheme paid dividends in terms of what came from that, as well as the support of the Room 204 people, Jonathan Davidson and so on. And West Midlands, they cover a huge area, so if anybody fancies applying, it's a really good scheme to get onto.
Right, I think we've probably got time for 1 or 2 questions. Anyone have any? Yes, at the back. You pass the microphone back, Lindsay. Thank you very much.
Rather than putting anyone on the spot, I just wondered if you, any of the panel, know if there's any EU funding for writers, because I know a few of the writers here live in European countries.
I mean, yes, there's enormous amounts of EU funding. There's EU level funding. For example, there's the EU Prize for Literature, which was just given at the book fair this week, and which different countries administer. And then at your national level, there's huge amounts of funds, depending where people come from, particularly if you are writing in the language of your own country, because many, many countries in Europe are very protectionist for their own language, and actually we're probably one of the worst funded countries for literature in that way, mainly because English is a saleable language and we are net exporters, whereas most of these countries are net importers of literature. But every country has a lot of its own funds and ways of claiming for literature, and also for translation. And we have one of our subgroups is the Translators Association, which has about 600 members. But if you ever want to know about money for translation, talk to us, actually.
Yeah, I just mentioned Creative Europe as also a funding source. I'm not sure how much goes to individual artists, but certainly for projects and working across Europe, it's another one to mention.
Thank you. One more question. Yes, Kathleen. Oh, where's the microphone gone? You should pass it back up. Thank you.
I'm concerned that the publishing world is becoming increasingly corporate and authors are getting squeezed. And I wonder whether we can really justify spending Arts Council and public money on subsidising the corporate world by providing grants for traditionally published authors.
It's a very interesting question. I'm sure a lot of authors would like to know about that. Would you like to...
I think it depends how you look at it. I think we fund writers to write, and it's the creative work that they're doing, and I think that's quite rare where that's always all covered by traditional publishing contracts anyway. And actually, when you look at writers that are wanting to build in really interesting approaches that involve working with particular audiences in the creation of their work, travel, research and so on, there is a case for writers in the creative work needing public funding, and I think where that then gets published is kind of the next step, but our focus is on the writers, and enabling writers to be able to do the very best work that they can do at whatever stage they're at.
We also believe very strongly in enabling writers, and all our money will go direct to writers. I certainly have big concerns about the publishing industry being corporate and greedy, but I think we have to be clear that the publishing industry does provide services which are useful and which many authors want, and we're also in the business of giving authors choices, and we have to see, there's any number of independent authors who have, when they've been offered traditional publishing deals, have decided to do them. Traditional publishers can do things for people. They can put more money into things. They can distribute them more. They can look at other countries. So I think what we're in the business of, and what we're in an interesting world, is that there are any number of choices for authors, and authors have to weigh up what's on offer and decide whether they want a traditional publishing deal, whether they don't, how they want to be funded, how they're going to look at it. And that's what makes it exciting. It's what makes it confusing, but it's what makes it exciting too. But I don't think, there is still a role for traditional publishers, and I think that many of them do still add a great deal.
Right, well, I think we better wrap up there, but to finally, I'd just like to say thank you very much to Nicola and John and Peter for giving us really fascinating and in-depth insights into the different funding and support that's available out there, and I'm sure we've all got lots to think about there. And I must say it's also very exciting and encouraging to hear that to draw from that conversation that you do all really understand and value the emerging and mushrooming world of the indie author, and that you're right there behind us. So thank you very much indeed for that. And I think our conversation, we've been talking a lot this morning about lateral thinking and thinking outside of the box, which segues us very nicely into Dan and Rohan coming to talk to us about whether literary fiction and poetry should be protected. This is going to be a 10-minute talk, so over to... 5 minutes. You've all been sitting there listening wonderfully still. So do you want to have a quick 5-minute jump around, stretch your legs, cup of tea or whatever?
Then we'll have Dan and Rohan, and then we go straight into the next session, then lunch. Okay, everybody, we said 5 minutes, and we meant 5 minutes. It's over. Can you take your seats, please? Okay, you ready? I am. Please take your seats with your coffee.
No, it's dangerous. No, people are going downstairs. I mean, the cheek! Damn it! How rude is that? I'm going to give you that because
Hello.
love those things and I hate them. So I need you, as soon as you finish, to just
That's right.
Sorry?
That's right.
See? I know nothing.
I've timed this 3 times. 4 and 3/4 minutes. He says he's got about 3. For example, I'm actually going to start by doing a 10-15 second hello warm up. I dare you to stand up and shout hello Glastonbury.
Okay, we're about to start now. We just have a 10-minute session coming up for you. So can we take your seats, please? Okay. Katie Donnellan. Hi, Katie. Do you want to just come up here? Just.
Has everyone noticed what good vibes there are in here today? I love Peter Urpeth's, yay! I love Peter Urpeth's phrase, Joyce in the garret. This is the new garret right here, top of Foyles, over Charing Cross Road. So I actually had 2.5 bottles of pink wine with Jill. Where's Jill? There she is over there last night. So I'm not going to extemporize, I'm going to read it out, otherwise I'll dry up entirely. So all I want to say is that this is obviously a very exciting era with new digital possibilities opening up every month, it seems. And that is fabulous, of course it is. And it sometimes feels as if we're hardly in control of those developments. And that in itself is fun too, and it's probably good for us. But we can still influence a few things to some extent sometimes, which means that it's incumbent upon us to influence them if we can discern a way of steering those things for the better. Such as making sure that this brave new publishing scene is fully on view and celebrated in all its variety. So here's a question just to throw into the mix. One characteristic of this era is that secret and mysterious non-human algorithms increasingly act as virtuous spirals of market power, perhaps more than ever before. But let's stand back from those less human processes and consider an equally important, wider question. That question is, how can we ensure the longer-term good health, financial and cultural, of a sector of human endeavour whose richness and interest depend on the flourishing of a diversity of fiction categories, not just the handful of categories that happen to sell at the highest volume? Solving this would benefit many really good writers, whose voices would otherwise go unheard, but more importantly, it would also benefit readers and the wider culture. It goes without saying that all fiction categories are created equal in themselves, with equal value and loveliness. But in both independent and traditional publishing these days, titles in literary and cross-genre categories are under more pressure than ever to justify their existence in terms of purely commercial competition with more mass-market genres. Pure market forces are fine as far as they go, but they do seem to be this digital dynamic's main source of oxygen so far. And their nature just happens to ensure that only certain kinds of content tend to get organically promoted for any given level of time or effort or money that's available to be expended. And those kinds of content are all fine and beautiful in themselves, just as much as the more literary fiction categories. But the resultant incompleteness in the picture of the kinds of creative output that are really being published is something that should be revealed and addressed. It's often lamented that the variety and quirkiness of places like London's Soho and downtown Manhattan have suffered a big diminishment in recent years, as unique venues have been priced out and pushed out by well-lit, well-heated new branches of favourite high street chain stores that are already popular and well-trafficked everywhere else too. Echoing that gentrification process, the combination of retail algorithms and the media's frequent focus on sales-oriented reporting tends to cause commercial fiction categories, beautiful as those are, to push literary fiction categories out of comparable visibility, to a greater extent in independent publishing than in traditional publishing. This is not the fault of commercial fiction authors themselves, of course, but in any field, if certain categories of activity in that field have a tendency to end up effectively hidden from general view, then the landscape of that field starts looking quite a bit less richly varied than it really is. Unnecessarily so. This does not need to be the case if we put our heads together to address it. Many a Starbucks branch has displaced many an indie coffee shop. Both make equally excellent coffees, and both are equally attractive in their own different ways. But what shall we and the media come up with in order to make sure that the fiction category equivalents of the small indie coffee shop, e.g. literary fiction, including its more envelope-pushing varieties, but not only these, can remain commercially viable alongside the Starbucks-level profits that more commercial categories of fiction are already smartly achieving through indie publishing? New organizations, new coalitions, perhaps? All fiction categories are created equal, but in this current exciting era, some categories tend to get edged out of visibility, in independent publishing at least, in favor of others. And this edging out is in fact a powerful shaper of the culture, so prevalent that it is able to hide in plain view, like an elephant in a room. Dan and I would therefore like to shine a light on this elephant. It's over there, Dan. It's over there in the corner. I'll just close by saying that in urban planning, clever zoning innovations are sometimes introduced either to preserve or adapt the character of a retail district to preserve its variety, but without being too restrictive on businesses large or small. Is some media equivalent of such zoning possible here? These innovations must surely be achievable, and they must be achieved proactively. We just haven't found them yet. So let's find them.
I want to answer a slightly more general question, which is, why should the self-publishing community protect and promote the complete diversity of literature? And I'm a poet, so this is a poem. Because every day, a little girl, let's call her Sarah, hears the world condensed into words and falls in love with a possibility that she might fold her life into a gift of syllables and sentences and hold it out to all the sisters, misfits, lonely souls and drifters to open and unfold towards a beautiful horizon they had always thought hopelessly distant. Because when her parents see the way she looks, they sigh and go to bed and cry because they know tomorrow they will take Sarah to a place every kid she knows believes is magical, a bookshop. Because they know when she reaches her beautiful black hand to the mirror of the shelf, she'll see not herself, but my white hand reflected back. Because tomorrow's books are written by the choices we make today. Their pages penned by voices we invite to stay, not voices that we turn away. Because when we set our sights only on our own freedom, the light we see at the end of the tunnel is a metaphor, systemically generated by a literary hegemony to strengthen the advantages of an already charmed existence, to keep others at arm's length and their chances at a manageable distance. Because what we call quality, others hear as colony, whose overlords behead the aspirations of others with ceremonial swords like approving badges, nodding column inches, blogging and awards. Because when we pick and choose the facts of writing right, the tropes and tools of narrative exactitude to ensure Sarah loses when she enacts her life, perhaps the syntax we use is wrong. Because if we want to uncage every song, be fibres of a fabric where every thread belongs, it is our duty to take these microphones and these tweets and empty them of middle-aged white guys like me and hold the door as we withdraw, and Sarah takes the floor and unrolls the carpet woven from the warp of her words and the weft of her dreams, and waits with open pages for the sisters, misfits, lonely souls and drifters as their lives follow her onto the heart-lifting, dream-shifting, gloriously glittering stage.
Well, follow that. Thank you very much. That was fantastic. My name is Toby Mundy. I'm the director of a literary agency called TMA and work closely with the Alliance, which is a great pleasure. I think I'm learning more than my clients are at the moment, but it's a very, very exciting thing, and I'm thrilled to be involved with the event today. Equally thrilled to be introducing an extremely interesting panel. To my far right is Charmaine Lovegrove, who's a film and TV scout, working from London primarily for Fremantle Television Media, which is the home to such little-known brands as American Idol and The X Factor and The Apprentice. Next to her is Scott Beattie, who's the co-founder and chief content officer of Trajectory, which is a global distribution network, among other things. And next to him is Katie Donnellan, who is the founder of BookBub. Who runs BookBub, I'm so sorry, which is an incredibly effective book marketing channel that we'll hear more about in due course. So welcome to the panel. I'd like to start, actually, with something that Charmaine said just before we stepped onto the stage about the London Book Fair.
Yeah.
Would you say to the audience now what you said to us beforehand?
So obviously we were all really exhausted from London Book Fair, but really happy to be here, which wasn't what I was saying. But during the fair in the bookseller and the publishing news, the daily news, I was quite astounded. On the front page was about the fact that the fair was at Olympia as opposed to Earl's Court. And I was wondering if there just wasn't any news in publishing, and it really got me thinking about change and publishers not liking change, and that to me this really epitomised a really big issue within the industry of not even wanting to change the venue that the book fair's held at, let alone thinking about different publishing models. So we sort of started off talking about that. So,
has that been your experience too, Scott?
Well, change is sitting here in the audience, and so it's coming whether they are paying attention to it or not. That is my experience. There's people I come from a technology industry where change iterates on a daily, hourly, weekly basis. And it's been interesting working in the publishing industry for the last several years because it just moves at a different pace. And I think that self-publishing is really pushing that, and I'm really glad to be participating and helping with that.
Could you tell us a bit more quickly about Trajectory?
Sure, yeah. We've built probably the largest global network of connecting authors, small publishers, large publishers, to every single point of relevant digital distribution on the planet. We trade with over 300 different booksellers, digital booksellers around the world, in multiple channels, in app, in library, in school, in retail, and also in new business models. And that represents about 230,000 points of digital distribution. So an author, or we can take a book, and then just by working with one person at our company, we can put that in everywhere in the world, probably within 3 days. So, and that's one part of our business. And another is we've written a really interesting natural language processing and semantic analysis engine that reads and analyzes the contents of a book, because generally an ebook is a website that doesn't do anything. And so we're we're analyzing that and then creating, I think, enriched metadata to help drive audience development so that those books can be found in all these electronic trading channels. And then also now starting to figure out how to port that into print sales as well through the different global book-selling ecosystem.
Well, thank you. So, Katie, from your experience with BookBub, I want to just kind of establish a few terms, because publishing is a really big concept. I mean, one of the things that is happening is that the definition of what a publisher is and what publishing is being expanded on a nearly daily basis. I mean, for the purpose of this conversation, what kind of publishing do you think we're talking about? Are we talking about business, academic, and professional? What do you think we're talking about?
Well, I'll give you the answer from BookBub's perspective, and also just let everybody know exactly what we do in case anybody doesn't know. But we are a service that alerts readers to discounts on ebooks specifically. So publishing for us is very focused on digital ebooks, and it's mostly trade. We don't really do any academic yet. So for BookBub specifically, we have 30+ categories, but they're trade categories, and we're only dealing in ebooks. So as a reader, you sign up for BookBub, you tell us the kinds of books you like to read and where you like to buy them, and we then send you a daily email that alerts you to price promotions that are happening on the books in categories that you're interested in. We have an in-house editorial team that curates all those deals, so they're choosing books that are sort of high-quality titles that they think will really appeal to our readers. So we do have sort of a hands-on editorial team doing that side of things. And we work with authors and publishers who tell us about the price promotions that they're featuring, and that's where we're getting the content. But so to answer your question for us, again, it's mostly ebooks. I mean, I think, we think of publishing as getting content that authors are writing into the hands of as many readers as possible. For us, we're specifically doing that digitally at the moment.
And I'd like to ask you another question, Katie, and then also roll it across the rest of our panel as well. So, briefly, in a snapshot, what do you think have been the strengths and the weaknesses of the traditional publishing model before we talk about the emerging one? Particularly thinking about the weaknesses, because the strengths are somewhat apparent.
Yeah. I think how we started this conversation is one of them. I used to work at Random House, and actually when I joined BookBub with the two founders, so I was the first employee, so close to a founder, but not really. Okay, thanks. I left Random House actually in part because I felt like there was a little bit of hesitancy towards the change that was happening in the industry, which I personally was really excited about, and I thought that BookBub was an opportunity to kind of get, on the more innovative side of the industry that really was embracing independent publishing and also traditional publishing. I mean, we sort of think about the market generally and try to reflect the diversity that's in the market. I think some of the disadvantages with publishing for an author, or traditional publishing for an author, are that you don't have as much control, and I think that's probably apparent to many of you in the room. One of the things that is most apparent to me is we're specifically focused on pricing, and early on in the days of BookBub, our almost entire client base was independent authors because they were so much more willing to experiment with pricing and had control over the pricing and were willing to kind of try new strategies for marketing. So I think that's definitely one of the biggest advantages.
So in a nutshell, what is the question to which BookBub is the answer? What is the problem? What is the need that you meet?
How to find new readers is basically our main mission, is to help with discoverability.
So I'd like to ask the same question to Scott then. I mean, something of the weaknesses of the old traditional publishing model, but also what is the need that you guys meet in a nutshell, do you think?
I personally, I view myself as a create-tech, and I come from a family of artists, and I was a former card-carrying member of the Mystery Writers Association, and just a bad screenwriter and a bad film student and a really not that great an author. So I said, all right, well then let's help people that are incredibly skilled artists at this, and then help develop an audience for it on a global basis and try to simplify it. So that's really what we want to do at Trajectory, is to try to assist authors, publishers, small publishers, large publishers. We love all the children, and we'd like to help develop as big an audience as possible for them. And that's sort of what I think about every day.
And Charmaine, you've had a slightly different vantage point, haven't you, on all of this? But
yeah,
I mean, as someone who is sort of got lots of entry points into the publishing industry but is not completely of it. How do you, what weaknesses do you think have been exposed in the traditional model over the last few years?
So, I mean, since I was 16, then I've been very much part of the industry of storytelling. And I started working in bookshops, and actually I worked in this bookshop when I was 18. And then I became a literary publicist, and then I moved to Berlin and opened my own bookshop, and then I moved to London to work for Fremantle. So for me, what my role has always been is about making sure that the best stories really get to the top. Whilst I was in Berlin, I worked for ePubli, so I've worked in self-publishing, so I really understand the self-publishing arena as well. And I think where traditional publishing isn't really so open is, let me start with where traditional publishing does something really right, and where editors are incredibly passionate and really, really good at their job. And editors have a really great understanding of how to get those stories to the best position that they can be. And I would always suggest to someone who's self-publishing to have a good editor. Where I think that there's a big failing with traditional publishing is that the model is too broad, and there's too many people in the middle. I think that there's too many marketers, and I think that there's too much of PR, and there's just too much of like 80% of the time spent on 20% of the authors. And to me, that's the failing of the traditional publishing model. But where I think it does really get it right is this absolute passion for storytelling. And I think that once we understand in which direction we can go in the future, the starting point always has to be, wherever we go in the future, it always has to be that we should only ever be in this industry if we want stories to be told and we want the biggest audiences to see them.
Katie, you're nodding vigorously throughout that.
Oh, yeah. I agree. I think a lot of the advantages of traditional publishing are on the editorial side, and we also totally support our independent author partners finding great editors that love their work and will help them sort of make it the best that it can be. And I think, many of the problems are sort of on the marketing side. I think in huge companies like, the big 5 publishers and other big publishers, it's much harder to shift to the sort of new marketing world that we're in when they have these institutions that have been in place for so long on the business side.
I mean, it seems to me, who's someone who's been around the business for a long time, that among the established traditional houses, as you say, 80% of resource goes to 20% of the list, and there is a whole raft of extremely viable, commercially viable, culturally interesting and valuable books that get no attention and just kind of get lost. And the publishers in those places are waiting for the publishing gods to smile on those books in the form of a prize or some other accolade or something external happening to them that will lift them. And it seems to me that one of the most extraordinary and interesting things happening in the independent authorship space, in the micro-publishing space, as I'm coming increasingly to think of it, is that the author impresario can follow the life of the book. They're not trapped by the conveyor belt of traditional publishing. Can we talk a little bit about some of those sorts of techniques? Somebody said to me in one of the traditional houses that they've put far too much confidence in kind of acumen and not enough in skills. So publishing houses are full of smart people, but they're not skilled. And one of the things that's happening in the independent author sector is skills, data skills, tech skills, a whole bunch of other skills that the big houses have been slow to pick up. Has that been your experience? I mean, Scott?
Yeah, well, I relate greatly to sort of an independent author as an authorpreneur, or around our office, I call it Moneyball for books, because it's like a little startup. And it takes a lot of passion, it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of grease, it takes a lot of fortitude, and you have to assemble a team, and it's your work, it's your art, and you want this thing to be out there in the world, and I completely relate to that as sort of each one as its individual work, and that takes attention, and it takes a lot of skills around that one entity to get it out there.
And so, do you think algorithms can algorithms save the industry? Can algorithms expand the industry?
Well, considering we wrote a really kick-ass one, yeah, I think so. And a lot of people liked it at the London Book Fair, and that's what I think that we can do. We can provide, or algorithms can provide. Well, there's certain algorithms.
Well, let's talk about indie authors, particularly algorithms.
Yeah. Okay. So there's certain algorithms in certain parts of the Northwest of America that, I'm not a big fan of that algorithm. I am more of a fan of a.
You're speaking in code.
Well, Seattle. There's this company in Seattle.
Starbucks.
Starbucks.
Yes. Boeing.
They make
Microsoft.
great coffee. They make great coffee.
Okay.
But no, I think again, I'm coming back to the point of, at least from an ebook is a website that doesn't do anything, and unless you surface that information or the content of that book into a, let's face it, it's an algorithmic world where there's a lot of decisions are made. Let's, don't ignore that. Participate in that, and use that to your advantage.
Okay.
I get it, and I'm really interested in it. But my thing is really about, again, the story and the readers, and ultimately, I think that we're talking about people that. It becomes, again, like this filter. My issue could be that it becomes a filter of those that have access and have those skills.
What becomes a filter?
The process of being able to access these skills and algorithms, for example. So
you err more towards love than science, then?
Yeah, I mean, I just think
science.
that the story always has to win. And what concerns me is that if we're telling independent authors that they actually have to create a whole load of technological skills that might not actually be within their grasp, or they might not have money to acquire, then we're giving them another barrier. And that's a really big concern for me. And because I've always worked with the reader and with the author, then I don't want to see independent publishing just being another arena where there still ends up being like lots of different layers and hurdles that you have to get through in order to access the reader. What I want to see is like a very simplified notion of how you get that. And to me, it's about engaging bookshops, it's about festivals, it's about bringing your work to people and getting people to read your work, and being face to face, and then allowing the story to spread. And that might seem really naive, but I've spent a long time being a publicist, and so that's something that I intrinsically understand. And what I just don't want to see is like these barriers to the audience. And sometimes talking about algorithms to an old East German self-published writer who wrote it by hand and expects, their story might be amazing, but do we have to create all of these barriers, is my question.
So Katie, is science entirely at the service of art then? Is that how it works?
I'll answer from our perspective. So we actually don't use an algorithm to choose the books that we feature. It's very data driven. We are a startup, so I feel like I throw that term around a lot. But we look at the performance of every book we ever run to any of our readers, and our editorial team does tons of analysis around what our readers like and what they want more of. But the actual end decision is a team of editors that are handpicking the books we end up featuring. So. In our world, it's a combination of as much data as we can collect.
And how do you measure success? How do you know if something's working?
Well, we measure it based on sales and click-through rates, and how many of our readers are sort of engaging with the content that we're featuring.
So, and what kind of things get your readers going?
Well, it really depends, but I mean, and I'm happy to. We feature like 30 plus categories, so there's many subgenres that do well in certain categories versus others. BookBub's audience is primarily female, and they skew older, so they tend to like things like cozy mysteries, and in the U.S. they love sort of like small town Americana stories. Erotic romance kills it with our readers, so unsurprisingly, that's a big success for us. But yeah, it really depends on the category, and we just do tons of analysis around sort of the tropes that are working within each genre. And try to feature as many sort of authors that they haven't seen before as possible. I mean, our goal is basically to expose readers to authors they haven't heard of before, and hopefully get them hooked on that author and go on to buy many more books from that person. So.
And one of the obvious things that's happening is that a writer getting up early in the morning and sitting in their spare bedroom at home has suddenly got access to the world. They can reach this huge global marketplace. Some of that's about sales, but there's also rights as well, which is obviously part of my job. I mean, Charmaine, would you talk about what's happening in the rights market insofar as it impinges upon this conversation?
Yeah, I mean, I work as a book and film scout for Fremantle, and I spend a lot of time with contracts, and it's incredibly complicated, and it's really fascinating, and it's not something that I really thought that I would love as much as I do, but I do get very excited when I have to go through a contract, I've discovered. But I'm not the writer, and my job is to really try and work with the agent or sometimes directly with the author to make sure that they're getting we're both getting the best deal. And I try and be as fair but as professional and as sort of brutally professional as possible, whilst trying to be fair for the author, because I understand authors. And the situation with rights is that they're constantly changing, and you have to think about your digital rights, you have to think about your international rights, you have to think about your translations, you have to think about film and television rights, and you have to have a really good understanding of what those rights are worth. And it's an ever-changing market, and so you actually, if you're doing it yourself, then you really, which I wouldn't advise necessarily, but I think you should always as an author have an understanding of the business that you're getting into. And I say that to authors, my friends who are published authors through traditional publishing. I'm always like, this is now your business, and you need to come at it in exactly the same way that you would do if you were opening a coffee shop. You need to know the ins and outs of like how a contract works to make sure that you are securing you are making sure that you're either retaining or securing or giving away the other rights.
Would it be fair to say that the subsidiary rights that you've referred to, say film and TV, for example, that those rights really have value more or less only when the primary rights have been successful? That is to say, probably to sell the broadcast or film rights, the book has probably had to have worked at a pretty decent level. Not always, but often.
No, I mean, the point in which I'm getting a manuscript, then it probably hasn't gone out to a publisher yet. So, for example, there's a book that I'm really interested in at the moment, and it's only just got a publishing deal yesterday, but I already knew about it, and we're already, so the process can work. It doesn't necessarily.
And what kind of book is it?
It's a literary fiction thriller, and I would say, for example, if you have a crime series, then I want to know about it kind of instantly. If especially with crime, because that goes really, really quickly within the market. But I just feel as though ultimately it's about knowing the market and knowing exactly where you want whether or not you think that the book should be a film or television series, and you should actually get sort of other advice on that. You shouldn't just assume, but that you really need to know about your rights, and whether or not, when you speak to an agent or when you speak to someone like me, then you need to have like a lawyer in place to make sure that I'm not gonna
You're not gonna what?
Take advantage and get the best deal for my client and not for you, because that's my job. And I'm really good at it.
Excellent. So you win the award for candour. Scott, please talk to that point, but also to the matter of ordinary folk having access to global markets now and thinking big.
Sure. Well, yeah, we're a trajectory. We're big thinkers because it takes as much effort to work on a small idea as a large idea, and so generally, with the publishers and the authors and people that we work with, I advise that they retain all the rights themselves. We put everything, go out in their original language, if it's English or if it's Chinese. For instance, we just did a deal with one of the largest global internet companies, Tencent, that has 820 million monthly average users, and we're distributing around the world 200,000 Chinese ebooks from independent authors in China. And so when a book goes out through our network, we encourage that the rights have the authors and the publishers and the presses advertise that those rights are available, because you've got the best marketing vehicle on the planet. It gets out in front of readers, merchandisers, all these sales channels. And then generally what will happen then is, and happens quite a bit with us, is that people like Charlemagne or rights agents or whatever will see that and then make queries to the author directly. So it's this incredibly cheap form of advertising the rights.
One of the things that the traditional publishers are becoming is sort of big brand management systems, aren't they? And non-traditional publishing is about people who are not, often about people who are not yet brands. But what Katie, do you think, what is a brand in book publishing, and how can I become one?
Yeah, good question. I think that, one of the shifts in publishing that we're trying to address is the move from, especially for publishers themselves, from marketing to bookstores and having sort of a middleman into like a direct-to-consumer marketing world where it's more about the connection between the author and the reader than it is about sort of the people in the middle. And so for us, branding is basically around that. It's sort of how does an author, even if you're not like a James Patterson level brand, develop enough name recognition and sort of brand loyalty with the readers that do find you and love you to continue that relationship. So the way that we think of price promotions, for example, at BookBub is one way to really sort of begin that brand relationship where you're allowing readers to discover your content at a really like low barrier where they're willing to take a risk on an author they've never heard of before. And what we've seen is that when those readers love that book, they go on to buy all of the rest of that author's backlist at full price. And that's how we think of branding at BookBub, which is they find you, they love you, and then your name is with them as one of their favorite authors, and they can go on and buy the rest of the series.
Somebody once said that the brand is the definition of an experience, and that's sort of what that is.
Yeah.
So how important are brands in your world, Charmaine?
Yeah, like hugely important. If I had a penny for every time at Book Fair someone said, "Oh, I hate to say it, but this author is really marketable," then I would be very rich. And so it was really interesting that all the conversations I was having, the publishers seemed to not really like this idea of someone being marketable, but obviously totally loving it. And I think that what's really, really important when thinking about creating your brand is really understand. I always say, like, you can only really be yourself, and your writing is coming from yourself. So when you're thinking about your brand, you have to think about what self you want to put out there to an audience, and then you have to make that self bigger and shinier and bolder than anyone's could ever have imagined you could be, alongside making sure that your story is absolutely fantastic. Like, let's get back to the story. But the brand and the story are, to me, the whole focus, and they have to work in tangent. And so I understand that not everybody that wants to write wants to get on a stage and talk. But as a bookseller, I didn't think that's something that I wanted to do. But here I am talking to you guys about how to write. What are we even talking about? Rights, being an independent author.
Selling books and marketing books and rights. Yeah.
So you have to learn how to sell yourself in order to get into a position where you can sit on a stage and talk to people about what it is that you do and why your story matters. And that's a really long process, but then so is writing a book. And you basically have to carve out the time to do both. And if you think that you don't need to do both, then I say this to all authors, regardless of whether they're published by Penguin or whether they're independent. It's like, you have to create your own brand. And these guys are going to help you do it. And if I find your book and I want to make it into a television series or a film, then I'm going to help you do that. But you ultimately have to work out who you are and your story, what story you want to tell, alongside the story that you're telling everybody to read.
Scott, talk to us a little bit more about how independent authors have found ways to connect with readers. What insights do you have about that from your experience?
Well, I think that one of the key developments is building their own author platform, if you will. Become their own, control that, own it, develop it, manage it, and if from a writer standpoint or from an author standpoint, if you don't have the time to do it, then work with a team that can help you do that. And I think, to me, that's the single most important aspect of what any author can do today, is to own that, that platform and that branding opportunity, because sort of everything else will kind of come and go, but that's pretty much forever. And then again, as sort of a creative kind of data geek, you know, you want to own and understand all that traffic and audience, and have that come to you, and you wanna control that and own that.
Katie, do you have any other things to add about that? I mean, some good examples of the ways in which independent authors have connected with readers.
Yeah, I think what Scott said earlier on in this panel is really important, is the fact that I think authors now need to embrace the concept of being an entrepreneur, like you're running your own business. And so, you know, the independent authors that we work with who are super savvy and have done really well very much embrace the marketing and business side of their job, and they spend, I mean, honestly, extraordinary amounts of time doing like very grassroots marketing. I think we had Holly Ward sit on a panel at UPub last year in New York, and she talked about how so much of her marketing was honestly just like messaging individual Goodreads people that had liked her books, and that's really where she started marketing. So it's a time-consuming and very, again, direct-to-consumer process where you're building up a relationship with your readers, and I think that's really important. Also, there are sort of like tricks to the trade that I think, you know, we encourage our independent authors when they run a price promotion on the first book in a series with us to like be sure to do things like capture the reader's email on the front of the book, or link to your other books in the back of the book, so that you can really continue this relationship with readers who do finish your book and love them. So there's sort of, you know, marketing tricks like that that I think authors should and need to spend the time learning at this point in the publishing marketplace, and they can really go a long way to lead.
I'm going to open up the floor to some questions in a moment or two, but so do have a think. I want to ask our panelists about that company in the northwest of America, Boeing. Sorry, it's Starbucks. So, what are our hopes and fears for Amazon over the next 5 years? What would we like? Katie, I'm going to put you on the spot first of all. Our hopes and fears for Amazon, and the reason I single them out specifically is because on the one hand, they've created these extraordinary tools that have transformed our industry, changed all of our lives in many ways. On the other hand, they are monopolistic in a number. Their instincts are often monopolistic, and they're not terribly kind to their suppliers often. And it's hard, you know, it's hard to have a clear view of them. So what are our hopes and fears for Amazon over the next few years? This is all being live tweeted, by the way.
Yeah. No, I'm going to be very careful with my answers here.
Any Amazon employees here?
I think that, you know, we work with Amazon, and the books that are featured on BookBub are featured on. Our goal when we feature deals in the BookBub email is to run them on as many retailers as possible. Like, we support retailer diversity. We want readers to be buying from wherever they want to be buying books, and we think that books should be available on as many of the retailers as possible so that they can reach as many readers as possible. That's our general stance there. However, we have like plenty of partners who are totally obsessed with Amazon, and plenty of partners who are the total opposite of obsessed with Amazon. So,
and your hopes and fears for Amazon? As a person who...
Honestly, related to Amazon, my hopes and fears are just around retailer diversity. Like, I hope that people continue to buy books from wherever they prefer to buy books, whether it's print or digital, but even in the digital space, you know, more than just Amazon. Although I think Amazon has honestly done great things for independent authors to a degree in the past. So, you know, I think that it really depends on the author, what retailer they want to do, what process they want to take, but we basically support people buying from wherever they want to buy.
Scott, I'm going to ask you the same question.
I love all the children. I don't have a favorite. I love them all.
But will you still love them tomorrow?
Well, my daughter just started driving, so I'm not sure about her right now.
That's it?
That's it.
You managed to avoid even using the word.
No. One of our best partners is Amazon China, and I think right now for everyone in this room, there is a tremendous opportunity to put your English language stories into Amazon China. My hope is that they give us a better rev share and stop squeezing me so hard, but that's all right. And again, I agree with what Katie said. I mean, I think readers should buy where they want to buy from, and I think that, at least from where Katie and I stand, we want to put books or supply into every available place, because I think that serves authors well, serves readers well, and having a really healthy ecosystem, I think, is important.
Okay. Charmaine, you going to chip in on that one?
Well, you know, I just kind of think that they should just stop being such a monopoly, and they should really consider the fact that it's okay. I mean, I've actually had meetings with people from Amazon. I'm probably one of the few people that have actually done that. Yeah. And it's, you know, it's really aggressive. And, you know, at some point, again, you have to remind them that it's about the storytelling, it's about people having choice, and that we actually live in a democracy where there should be like more than one company, and that's totally okay, and that's actually a good thing, and it's a healthy thing, and it's called a market, and that we should be supporting that market in numerous ways. And also, we just need to kind of love the books and love the authors, and it's not just about like percentage or the lowest price. There's numerous ecosystems that are existing within publishing, and they're all totally valid. But what isn't valid, in my view, and I feel very, very strongly, is that there should never, ever be any kind of monopoly, and that publishers and independent authors shouldn't be afraid, and that we can't just be afraid of not using a particular platform or using another platform because Amazon has just like such a market force. And I think that they actually need to take a step back and to stop. I would like to see them over the next 5 years taking a step back and really thinking what really is best for the author and really what's best for the reader. On the other hand, I do think that I work in television now, and it has been really interesting to watch how the sheer volume of consumers and readers and viewers that they have and customers that they have has been able to help make really interesting television. It has been able to help with translations of books that wouldn't otherwise be translated. Those are things that I think are really positive, and I want to see kind of more of those. I want to see more kind of customer reader engagement and not so much industry strangling over the next 5 years.
That's a very wide-ranging answer. Thank you. So some questions. Lady over there has her hand up. Yes. Could you just, yes, that's you. Stand up? Yes, stand up, please.
So my question is, maybe I've synthesized this incorrectly, but I was just wondering, are there really only two kinds of...
We need a mic so we can hear it on the live stream.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
I just wanted you to correct me if I've synthesized the ideas incorrectly. Are there really only two kinds of discoverability? So there's the digital or the algorithmic, which is related to what Scott does, and then there's the subjective. There's the gatekeepers like agents. There's also your staff, even at BookBub, who are actually handpicking books. But of course, those books, if they've sold well, have also been subjected to the digital world and people manipulating algorithms. So I just wondered if that's actually really the choice. And then I would like, Scott, if you could explain exactly what your company does without releasing any trade secrets.
So the first part of that question was about... So discoverability, that is to say, is there a halfway between algorithms and acumen? Yes. And the other one is what on earth do you do for a living?
No, it is. It's not a. It's never an either or. It's in my world, it's always an and. And so, at least from what we do, we supply, I think, information and enriched metadata to help make more intelligent decisions at sort of a human curatory level.
So who are your customers, Scott?
Who are my customers?
Who pays you?
Well, right now any entity within the publishing ecosystem is a potential customer for Trajectory or a partner. Again, it comes back to the kids, Toby.
You're the most paternalistic person I've met for a long time. I must say.
We all want to work together,
Excellent. Thank you, Papa Smurf. Right.
Did I answer your question?
Scott, how much does your service cost?
About $5 a book to publish, 5 to 10 to bring into our system.
Excellent. There's a lady there, and there's a gentleman at the back. So let's start with the gentleman at the back, as Orna's nearer with the microphone. So let's start up the back there, please, and then we'll come to the lady over here next. So we've got about 5 or 6 minutes left. So, sir, yes.
Good morning, all. There's so much to digest from what we've just been hearing within the last 15 minutes around technology and the sciences for putting a book out there. And I'm just concerned about the mindset that we have. As a writer and author, there are other skills that need to be engaged with, and people that we need external. We need an editor. We need an agent, we need a designer. Some people are designers well, but we need a designer to make sure we have that right cover to get it out there. So they're each of those sort of separate skills. When we start talking about the technology out there, and being technologists or techies, I get a bit worried that we're posing that on everybody else. Technology is a tool, and we must treat it as a tool, as an enabler to facilitate something out there.
Do you have a question, sir?
And the question is, how do we make sure that we're selling it, or making sure people's mindset are right so they know where to go for those tools?
So how can people be provided with a map to find the things that they need? Correct. Okay, so we'll hold that thought for a second. Let's ask this lady here.
Thank you. My question is sort of two... Oh. I just try as tension-seeking, breaking my glass while I'm asking the question. It's really to Katie, and it's, do you favour submissions from authors who are offering their books for free? And if that is the case, are you then perpetuating the practice of readers stockpiling free books on their Kindles just because they're free?
Okay, hold that thought for a second longer. Another question here.
You're going to answer it. Well, it's also a question. It's also for Katie. I first of all wanted to say thank you for what you have done for independent authors. I have a BookBub out today. In fact, I'm very excited,
Awesome.
and honestly, your
Thank
service
you.
has been life-changing
Thank
for
you.
many of us. So thank you. Actually, it wasn't
you.
really a question. I just wanted to say that.
Okay, thank you. So, Katie first.
Yes. Okay, so around free. We, the way that our process works is we have different slots in the email for free books versus discounted books. So honestly, the only sort of difference in the selection process is that fewer people tend to discount their books to free, so we actually tend to have more availability in the free spots. So I usually tell authors, if for whatever reason your book isn't getting selected at 99 cents or $1.99 and you're willing to try free, I often recommend that you submit it for free. The other thing I'll say though is that we actually don't, the majority, we do have a subset of BookBub's readers who are sort of hoarders of content. I think it's 20% or something. The vast majority of BookBub readers are doing what I explained earlier, which is using these discounted books to find new authors that they are more than willing to go on and pay full price for after this discounted book. So we actually don't believe that we're promoting any kind of hoarding of content. The one thing I'll say about free is that free download numbers for us are 10 times as high as 99-cent downloads. So honestly, in my mind, doing a free promotion, if you have a series and other books in your backlist, is just an extremely smart thing to do one time. I don't think you make your books free forever, obviously, but if you have a first book in a series with full price books afterwards, the number of eyeballs you can get on that book who will end up being a fan of yours is extremely high. So it can be a really valuable tool.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak to the gentleman's point at the back about where there's a map, to find a map for all these various tools that exist?
Well, I think hello, hi. I think you just, I totally agree with you, which is what, I said this earlier, that it's not for everybody, the technology, but I think you need to join, the alliance, that is your map.
That's the right answer.
That's exactly what it's there for, and that's why Orna and her team engage all of these people in order to help you to work it out, because we all know that it is really hard to navigate, and we want to help you, so there it is.
So that's the end of this discussion. Freewheeling, wide-ranging, and I hope interesting. It's lunchtime now, but before you go and eat, and indeed rush at these very fine panelists, could you please clap your hands and thank them for their time. Thank you.
Nice work. There's only others, right?
Okay, folks, we're starting back in 5 minutes. If you can start to take your seats, please.
Instead of like, you just, it's like
good. It's Please take your seats. The performance is about to begin. Okay. Do you want to sit down? No. Do you want to take a seat?
This is bloody hard now. They've made it really hard. The title, I don't know why can't people just follow the brief? That's the wrong title. But anyway.
Oh, right. I just like the title, but then you've got
I can do that.
If we were organised, we would have hashtag IndieReCon written up there. Hashtag IndieReCon. So Twitter is actually quite alive at the moment talking about the conference, but if any of you would like to tweet, it's hashtag IndieReCon. And next up, we have somebody who needs no introduction to the world of independent authordom. Porter Anderson is publishing guru, ex-journalist with CNN, which is how he manages to tweet and talk at the same time about two different things. And nobody, I think, has their finger on the pulse of publishing more firmly and more kindly than Porter. He totally gets it all, and he has suggested that we need to know about selfie. And I'm not really entirely sure what selfie is, but if Porter thinks we should know, we probably should. So handing you over.
Thank you very much. I love this. This is a nice arrangement. During our panel, I'm going to see, whether Allison or Robert sits in the front. It'll tell us a lot here. Good afternoon, everybody. Look at all of you guys. This is great. What a nice turnout. I've just gotten here during lunch, and it was wonderful. The hubbub was amazing. People were looking up from in the store out there, going, what is all that sound? That was great. Let me tell you, let's see if I hit this. We'll probably get to the right slide. No, this is what is IndieReCon. You know what IndieReCon is. I think I'm not on my slides yet, right? Where is, hey. And are we on the selfie thing that I brought? If not, I could tell you about IndieReCon. Would you like to know? I do have my finger on the pulse here. Yes. There's a piano there. Great. What's it all about? Selfie. Scary, huh? The number. Now, that's going to help her speed up back there. You watch. If I start singing, scare everybody to death. Look, yeah. Sure. I'm not sure who I am either, but I'll do my best on that one. My name is still Porter Anderson after all these years. How do I do it? And I am the editor, the associate editor with the bookseller here in London for the Future Book. And so when you see our very pink page, that's me. And what the Future Book is the digital publishing community of the UK industry. And more the US industry, because as you can tell, I'm not UK, I'm US. In the US, I write for Thought Catalog in New York, which is a generalist magazine. And the fun part about that is that I both bring the publishing people to that particular magazine, which is about 25 million readers per month, most of them millennials, very interesting group. And then I'm bringing publishing to that readership. And so we're getting a fascinating exchange, and it's been a good experience. I am formerly with CNN, with the Village Voice in New York, and I'm based in Tampa, Florida, where we have palm trees and sunshine like you guys have had this week. It's been a really beautiful week for the London Book Fair. I'm here this week, as a matter of fact, helping the bookseller cover the London Book Fair and taking care of the Future Book. And that's why I was able to be here for today, which was great. I'm delighted that this worked out so well. How are we doing with our slides back there? Are we finding it? Oh, really? Maybe I made that up. I might have hallucinated.
Is Christine Walker here? Or is she somewhere else?
No, she's in the States.
Oh, right, okay, fine.
She's been doing the...
She's been doing all the tweety stuff, all the rest.
So she has for the IndieReCon one, and me and Karen have been helping on that one, and then me and Karen have been doing that. And then she's had a few...
I think we found it. Yay. Great. This is what we're talking about. Selfie is one of the neatest things I've seen come along in a while, and that's why I'm trying to help the library journal people get the word out about it. Because in the United States, of course, we have a gigantic library system, but until now, independent authors have had no way to get into it. Don't worry that it's US. The fact is that people from all over the world can use this system and get their books into the US library system. And I'm going to tell you how it happens and how it works. It's not hard. And it's free to authors. That's the really good news. Libraries, as you may know, are a form of free marketing. I think the best way, this is how Library Journal puts it, and I think they're right. I think the best way to think of what libraries do for you is that if you'll think back when you were young and you were starting to understand literature and starting to find books that you liked, starting to learn who authors were and which ones were the favorites that you wanted to take along, you were probably doing it at a library. This is where we get the foundation of our reading lives into place. And that in a sense, once you're a working author, you understand is marketing. That's really what we're talking about. Selfie from Library Journal and BiblioBoard, which is a really fine company based in Charleston, South Carolina, lets independent authors get into US libraries in two different ways. You go in, if you're an American author, through your state. Now in this case, we're setting up a special territory, if you will, an international state. So if you come in from outside the United States, you will go into that basket, and if you will submit your ebooks, they will automatically go into that group and then be made available to the libraries of the country. The second tier is curated. The Library Journal people look at everything coming in, and whatever they feel is meeting their standards to help the librarians get through the enormous tsunami of content, as we call it, they will select probably about 200 books at a time and put those forward to the entire system in the United States. So it's a two-tiered possibility for you. One is a sure bet. You automatically go into the international state of the United States. I guess we're about to get our 51st state. And you may get into the national curated body too, as well, pending how Library Journal feels about the work. Authors need not be American, submit from wherever you are, and there's no cost. The way this is being paid for is that the libraries who are participating, and most of them are now coming online, are subscribing to the Library Journal to have access to this curated body of work, because the librarians can't get through it themselves. Most of them want to have self-published and independently produced work, but they just don't have time to get through it. There is so much they'll never manage. So this is coming in to help them with that. Interface, user experience, 17,000 library buildings are over there, 9,700 systems in the US. 299.9 million people. We think that about 95% of the population is represented by the body of library patrons. It's very, very pervasive in the United States. It is a common thing that we are all library patrons. They're spending over $1 billion on books and over $115 million so far on ebooks. And so they are actively going in there. I love that crossed out line at the bottom. That should not be that way. It's still quite true. Pay no attention to that strike through. I think probably we're in that perspective instead of the one I set it up in, which is fine. Library users read 29 books annually in our country. Non-library users are reading only 11 books. And so you want those library people. They're your active crowd to begin with. And yes, it's content discovery, right. We'll just move right on with that. Libraries have a retail connection, and that 73% of print and 78% of people library buyers are buying books. So we find they are the active people who go out and buy. A lot of times folks worry, you guys not seeing any neighbors I'm standing up with. What? Stand here? I can just talk really loud. You're really testing me.
There's one on the table just here.
Oh yeah. Hello.
This one's working.
This one's working.
Thank you. This is great. The problem for a lot of people in thinking about libraries is, well, they just take their books free. They don't want to pay for them. Not true. They're actually the biggest buyers. We think that a lot of times it's for gifts because they'll read something they checked out themselves and they like it so much they want to get it for somebody else. They may want to get their own copy because they liked it. They may just go on to buy another author because they didn't want to wait for the ebook they can't get out of the library. So I'm conscious of my time here. We mustn't go too long on selfie. But the advantage of going in through selfie too is that unlike a lot of our publishers' books that come into the library system and can only be checked out maybe 25, 26 times before that particular copy has to be renewed, if you go in through selfie, your book can be checked out unlimited numbers of times. And so nothing is stopping the library patrons of America from getting you, finding you, sharing you, and just really enjoying your work and finding out who you are, and you get the benefit of the marketing. So running back through these basic points again, this is free marketing. It's available from Library Journal and Biblioboard. If you'll look here in the center, this is the site you can go to find selfie. It has wonderful explanations. It's very simple. You're going to upload the thing as a PDF in most cases, and they will take it from there. It's very easy. It takes about 10 minutes, I'm being told by some authors who are doing it already. It's quite new. It's been up for about 6 months, and it's now being rolled out into state by state by state at a long time. One of the newest ones that just came on is in Texas, a big library system that has no physical books. It is entirely ebooks. And so we're real excited that Bear, as it's pronounced, it looks like Bexar, in Texas is coming in with selfie because it's a great model for everyone else. So that's the selfie story, and thank you for letting me say this to you. I hope that you'll take advantage of it. Shall I keep this?
These are all on as well?
Oh, perfect.
4.
Oh, thank you.
I always sit next to you. Okay, you ready? All right, we are ready if you guys are. If we could have your attention, please. This is a very interesting panel. I'm delighted to be doing this with these folks in particular because the question of how self-publishing is affecting trade publishing is one of the biggest that we see right now in the industry. And nowhere is this being discussed more than in trade publishing, that's trying to figure out what's happening to us, you know. There's a morphing going on, and it's hard to get a handle on sometimes, hard to get your head around, and yet there are some very quantifiable and identifiable elements to what's happening, and some of them are predictable, some are not. I did want to mention per self-E. I've just learned from Robin that everything going through Ingram Spark, and you may be familiar with the program she represents from Ingram, is going into self-E. which is quite cool. The e-books, of course, not the physical books, but that's really good news too. So another way in, basically, is to work with Spark, and Selfie will come along as part of that. I'm joined here right now by Robin Cutler of Ingram, one of my favorite people, and we're on the bus, as we say. We end up at lots of conferences together, and it's always delightful to be around her. And Robert Caskey, an agent, is with us. He was saying that he's the bad guy on the panel, and I was saying I always sit by the agents myself. And Alison Baverstock, I know many of you know Alison. She is at Kingston University and does incredible research on self-publishing, and is trying to, speaking of quantifying, is trying to understand just what some of the movement represents, how big it is, how dynamic it is, where are the pressure points, where are the pain points. This is fascinating stuff, and it's one of these nice times when somebody like Alison has gotten ahead of it in time. So we don't have to study it in retrospect. She's actually looking at this in real time, which is quite cool. In fact, Alison, let's start with you. I know that when I polled everybody and I said, what are some of the points each of you think that we need to talk about when it comes to the impact of self-publishing on trade publishing? And I think the first thing you told us about was squeezed budgets, yes?
Yes, shall I carry on a little bit?
Right.
Or do you, yeah.
And what we'll do is cut in when we disagree with you.
Okay.
We'll attack you mercilessly. Yes.
Well, I shall rely on this. Actually, I've spoken to a few audiences over the last few days because I've been at the London Book Fair and I've been presenting research to various groups. And this has been the liveliest and I think most good-humoured group I've spoken to. So I'll say that up front, so
Nice
you'll all
to hear.
defend me, hopefully. I thought what I'd do is just very briefly give you a bit of a history lesson as I see it, as I think what has happened. And I think the first thing that happened was that what's often referred to as the diversification of the media. And what I mean by that is that when I was growing up, there were 3 television channels available and 4 BBC radio stations. And actually, publishers knew how to predict the public. They knew how to reach them. They knew which magazines and newspapers got through to the readerships they wanted to reach. And what's happened since then is there's been this explosion of media. There are so many new ways to reach audiences. And through that process, publishers became much more reliant on their authors to help them find the market. So that was the first big trend. The second is that incredibly squeezed budgets within publishing, so less money to spend on marketing, therefore, again, reliance on authors. And then the third trend was the rise of technology for self-publishing. And so authors were either watching what was going on or having a go themselves. And I think cumulatively these trends have been really significant because what they've done is they've increased public understanding of what publishing is. Publishing was always a bit of a sort of mysterious art that nobody knew really what happened. And also the sort of clever maths of how many words you fit on a line in order to be able to read it in one go so that you don't play tennis, with text. All that was just hidden. And through self-publishing being available and all these other processes that were putting more of the responsibility onto the authors have become empowered, and in the process they've become bolshy. They know how things work. And often they can say to themselves, actually, I could do it better, and often they could. And that has had a fundamental difference on the way that the industry is operating. And out of that, a little bit more, Porter, are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm going to grab my tape recorder while you're talking, so I'm not walking out on you,
Right.
Alison. Just carry on a minute longer. Yeah, keep talking.
Right, okay. And
I'm really
not
doing
sure whether he's gone for a cup of tea or something. But out of that, I think what's happening is that the author is becoming the central person, and authors are starting to commission services. So because again of squeezed margins, publishers are spending less on editorial. So authors are often spending on editorial before they approach a publishing house. And this is, really changing the order in which things used to happen. And as I say, I think it's a very profound significance. And just touching on the bit of research, I started off researching self-publishing. I've now moved it on, and I've just finished a big study of the impact it's having on independent editors. Because again, this is terribly significant. There was always an assumption that the difference between publishing and self-publishing was the involvement of an editor. And what I was finding was actually that self-publishing authors were using editors. So actually, where are these editors coming from? And from the research that I've just done, actually editors like working with self-publishing authors because they pay on time, they pay top whack, and they're also pleased with the service that they get. So, all this is actually undermining the traditional fabric of the industry, and I think is profoundly significant.
And
I
that's
think
a
that's
great
enough.
place.
Yeah.
No, it's
Let's stop
actually
there
that's
anyway,
a nice
don't worry.
segue. If we move to Robert, are you being undermined, Robert?
No, I actually don't think we are at
No, you
all.
see, everything's fine.
I think it's also, going on in what you were saying, I think it's the age of the consumer. And I think that's something that's really changed, because the way people communicate with each other, people are used to getting direct access to people. People now, you don't have to see the TV schedule. You don't have to go into a shop to buy something. You can think, I want this now, I want to watch this now, I want to buy this now, and also I want to read this now. So absolutely, I agree. It's definitely the time for the author, and I think I agree, it's very empowering for the author. But also, the author now is directly communicating with the reader or the consumer for the first time. And I think that's really made people like me, and I think I would say more specifically the publishers, really sit up and take notice and think, you know, the agent, it used to be the agent has to choose the author, then the agent chooses the publisher, then the publisher publishes the book. And there's lots of parts of that can break down. And now, you know, in the very simple, ideal way, the author goes straight to the retailer, and that's fantastic. But I think the complexity there is sometimes it's not that simple. And I think there are some authors who like the idea of collaboration, who like the idea of having an agent, and maybe they find the agent after they've self-published. I'm not to say, you know, I'm sure the ideal scenario for many authors is that they publish and they continue to do so, and they find a way to sell their foreign rights or sell their film rights or write more books. But I think what really needs to happen, in my opinion, is that agents need to change their perception of authors. They need to change the relationship they have and see that it's a much more collaborative process. I think agents are now having to be more proactive and do more for their authors than perhaps they did before. Interestingly for us, I work at PFD, which is one of the bigger agencies, and this isn't totally relevant, but it is in a way, is one of the reasons I'm getting involved in what we call self-publishing is we represent a lot of literary estates. And estates that we own or partially own, we're now feeling, you know, there's this explosion of content. There's no more, we're not reliant on publishers saying, you know, we want to buy your book or we want to publish your author, or we can actually, we as agents can say, well, we want this to have a much bigger appeal. We want to have this content like backlists that we can take directly to a digital publisher, which of course is a new phenomenon that's happening now as well. On the back of everything else, you've got people who actually say we can publish you digitally rather than going straight to conventional publishers. So really what I'm saying is I think we all have to adjust. It's realigning and redefining the relationships, and I think it just gives authors more choice. And I think more choices along the way of what you want, and I think that's very important.
And it can actually give agents more choice.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, we're now thinking, for example, that we want to have a consultant social media person because we think, you know, it's important for our authors to have that service. I agree, the funding has completely changed within publishing. You know, you increasingly see now a particularly, I think, good example of it is the debut phenomenon. I mean, publishers want to find the big book. They want to pay lots of money for a big book that's going to sell a huge amount. And I think to the detriment of a lot of other authors, because then the budgets for editorial and publicity. So you suddenly find that somebody very excitedly gets bought by a publishing house, and then when it comes to marketing or publicity, there's often disappointment. So I think, yes, it's agents want to be more proactive and help their authors more in a market that's totally changed.
Yeah, there's some. Juliet Mushins in London here has almost made a specialty of finding people who have published themselves. And she looks for very high-quality self-published work and then starts moving it toward the traditional side. In my country, Kristen Nelson is one who's doing this and just got a tremendous deal for Jacinda Wilder with a new 3-book contract with Penguin's Berkeley. You would say Bartley, we say Berkeley imprint. And this is great, and I think that Jacinda's thrilled. It's a stage in her career she never thought she'd see happen.
I think the thing also that I would love to see happening with self-publishing is that it does go beyond genre, because I think at the moment it's very strongly defined by crime and fantasy and science fiction, and it's about writing 1, 2, maybe more books a year, and it's sort of feeding this monster that is and that is fantastic, because basically what the author is doing, what the writer is doing, is feeding the market, is going to the consumer and saying, I know you want to read a series, I know you want to read more about this person by me, and I think that's very valid and very effective and fantastic. But equally, for me, it would be great if you could see literary fiction or non-fiction books, and particularly children's fiction. I think if that's something that you could see more of.
I'd just like to mention also the self-publishing. My personal definition of self-publishing is taking personal responsibility for the management and production of content. And I think there's a whole wealth of really valuable material that's worth preserving and worth finalising that actually will never be read by anybody else, or maybe put on one side for later. And I think that's, to me, where self-publishing has a really valuable social function for people who want to understand something that's happened to them in the past, or maybe just talk without being interrupted, just to store material that has a value to them. And I think that's of really profound social significance. So I think self-publishing is more than just stuff that will sell.
That's a great point, Alison. Robin, in terms of what Ingram is seeing and what we're talking about here, as a matter of fact, what happens when material begins to move back and forth? How is that affecting, from the self-publishing world to the traditional publishing world, how is that affecting what Ingram's doing?
So, does everybody in the room know what Ingram is? Have you heard of Ingram? See, I get that. So I always like to ask that question. So Ingram is a U.S.-based book distribution company traditionally. It's the largest book distributor in the world. We're a global company. About 19 years ago, one of the most profound things that Ingram has done as a company is launch their print-on-demand company called Lightning Source. So if you haven't heard of Ingram, you may have heard of Lightning Source. And Lightning Source has now been around for about almost 20 years. It's kind of phenomenal.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it really is. And the print-on-demand phenomenon and the growth in that technology has really helped to sort of spur this whole self-publishing, I think, phenomenon. Ingram has a print-on-demand company here in the UK. We also have one in Australia, and we also have print partners around the world. So it's a global print-on-demand solution. In addition to that, Ingram also has a global ebook distribution part of its company that works with all the major ebook retailers, about 70 retailers in the world. And Amazon's just one of those. Amazon Kindle's just one. On the physical distribution side, we work with about 40,000 partners around the world, retailers, libraries, specialty stores, gift stores, airport shops, things like that. So it's really important to work with Ingram because Ingram has the widest distribution that you can get of your title. And the great thing about what's happened with Ingram is we launched Ingram Spark about 18 months ago. So Ingram always worked with self-publishers through its Lightning Source program, but it wasn't really designed for them. It was really designed for the larger publishers to serve their needs. And so we didn't make it easy. So Ingram Spark is our attempt to actually create a model that an independent publisher an indie author, indie pub can really use. They can upload their title as a print-on-demand book and also as an ebook and make it as broadly available as a Random House title is. You get the same distribution that a Random House author gets. It's really pretty amazing when you think about it. And now what's happened is we work with, I like to say that Ingram is kind of Switzerland. We work with everyone. And we're happy to work with everyone. So we work with the really large publishers, all the majors. And what we're seeing is those large publishers are now carving out within their own companies self-publishing sort of services. and that's really phenomenal as well. And with Ingram Spark, even we've been just under about 18 months now. We've had some phenomenal authors gone on to now get traditionally published contracts. The large publishers that we work with, especially in the genres that you mentioned, are asking us, well, what's selling in Ingram Spark, and can you connect us with those best-selling authors? And we're really happy to make those connections.
It's interesting when the distributor becomes the barometer, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. So, and we just had an author that was actually C.J. Lyons, I think, was in Spark, and now she is being distributed by Ingram Publisher Services, which is a full distribution part of Ingram that also adds sales and inventory management and that sort of thing when you reach the level of an author that CJ represents.
Well, let's talk about that for a moment, too, because
Okay.
I'm real interested. Barbara Freethy is the first, I think, of our... Yeah, CJ's here, right?
Yeah, she's right there.
Where? Oh, there you are, right in the
Yeah,
second row.
we're really happy to have CJ.
Yeah, CJ's terrific, and she is the second. Barbara Freethy was the first to go into this program.
Yeah.
One of the things that the ebook independent authors keep saying to me is, how do we get into print? How do we get into stores? They're having a terrible time with that. This actually answers that, doesn't
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
So, and a bookseller will, when you approach a bookseller, and there's all kinds of ways, and ALLi has all kinds of information about how you do that. But one of the first things they'll ask you is, where can I get the book? And the last thing you want to say is, my book's on Amazon, to a independent bookseller. But you can say, if your book's with Ingram Spark, that my book's available through Ingram. And that's something that they really are delighted to hear.
Yeah. CJ.
Yeah, and we have actually brought some print samples, and they're on that table in the back there. That please take a look at those.
What
as well.
CJ, what title is that?
CJ, what's your title?
It is the Insomnia piece, yeah. This is a fascinating book. No, very cool. Ah, there we go. Opening up to indies.
Yes.
Yes.
I just wanted to talk about that as well, because I think that's something that can really come up with the new model that we're trying to create between authors and agents and publishers. And it's what Juliet worked with me at PFD before she set up where she is now. And yeah, she's phenomenal. And I think, at the moment, there is this sort of new traditional way, whereas an author becomes successful in ebook, and then suddenly publishers are interested, and they go sort of backwards into print, and print becomes a subsidiary right. And I think, at least that is publishers saying, we don't know all the answers now. We're looking out. You, the consumer, and you, the author, are telling us what's popular. And I think it's taking publishers really by surprise, because up until now, they were the barometers they would turn down books from agents. And suddenly there's these usually enormous bestsellers that have been turned down by publishers. And I think, that's exciting prospect, because it's meaning, as I said at the beginning, people have to redefine how they work and who they are.
It's taste making on the other foot.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So, sure.
Sorry, yeah.
No, go
Awesome.
Yes, I just wanted to emphasise that point. I can't stress how significant that is, that authors who were published through traditional publishing houses had no information. You get 2 royalty statements a year, and they're often wrong, and in between, very little information. And publishers, I have to say, I was a publisher. I was a publisher for many years, and then started writing about the industry.
Confession is good
Yeah,
for the soul,
yeah.
Alison.
But I think that's what increases my objectivity. But publishers were always terribly confident that they knew what everybody should be reading. And I think one of the interesting things, or many interesting things about self-publishing, is it's opened up new areas where there wasn't much activity. And my favourite example is sort of non-spectacular memoirs. There was this view that only if you had a childhood as awful as Frey, who wrote 1 million little pieces, and then it turned out most of it was made up. But it was a sort of Olympics for who had the worst childhood. And actually there's a real market for sort of redemptive reading that covers the sort of everyday disasters that happen to most of us, like a child leaving home, a divorce, a death of a parent. There's a real value in this work, and self-publishing has revealed that. It's given authors the metrics which has allowed them to approach traditional publishers, because the one thing you do discover if you self-publish is it's a heck of a lot of work. So often people would rather get on with the writing, but they can approach agents and publishers with much more confidence this time, because they can say, actually, I've got this many followers on Twitter, I've sold this many, or I've had this many downloads, and that really changes the negotiating position.
Yes, I just like to agree with that. I think in defence of agents particularly, but also publishers, I do think what is being offered here is choice, and that's the wonderful thing. It's authors can choose at a point in their career when they may wish to collaborate with an agent and or a publisher, and it may be about, early on, it may be after you've got an ebook, but you are empowered and you are in that position to choose more selectively and more carefully. And I think, it's a lonely process anyway, and I think it's a very hard process to do. And I do think with the help of the right agent and an informed choice with an agent and indeed with the publisher, and you can be more involved with your agent in choosing your publisher as well. But I think I would still say I do think the ideal scenario is to work with an agent, but maybe work with an agent in a different way, and as I said, be more empowered in that relationship. And I think then it can work extremely well, because agents, they are proactive, but they also protect. And I think, it's not about a book, it's about an author's career, and it's about standing by, people may need help with editorial work beyond what an editor thinks. They may need ideas about jackets, about works, what doesn't work, about foreign rights. And I think what an agent does, if you get the right agent and a good agent, then they really are your guide and your mentor and your friend and your lawyer and all those things. And I think we have a very important place. But yes, choose wisely and carefully.
And you're mentioning foreign rights is good. There are things that agents do that really you shouldn't be trying to do at home. Film rights. You really don't want to try to deal with Hollywood. It's just, and who is it? Johnny Geller always says you don't want to be up at 3 a.m. talking to Latvia, about what's going on. That's what foreign agents do. And there are elements of the industry as you begin to move and deepen your career that agents can be wonderful with, and I think it's evolving. I think over time the whole agenting community is learning new things that they can do. By the way, I want to say, Orna, keep us honest on our time. I don't know quite when we're finishing up here, but if you have a question, just start waving at us and we'll break. Whoa, here we go. That was quick. Good heavens. Yes, please.
I have a question about what's traditionally been considered literary fiction. And I attended many of the panels at the Author HQ at the London Book Fair. And it seemed to me that, the sort of general gist of things was that if you write books that could be considered literary fiction, then you should stick to trade publishing and not independent publishing. And I'm just wondering if you could speak to that.
You know why this is happening? It's not anyone's fault. The genres have ready audiences. This does not mean it's not hard to find your audience. I'm not trying to minimize anything you're doing. But there are sci-fi fans, and there are romance fans, and there are romance fans, and there are romance fans. And there are a few other fans, but there are enormous ready and willing and eager bodies of people who want to read certain types of work. And therefore, for a self-publishing artist in particular, that author can go straight to those people and there are ways to get to them. There are channels to reach them. There are wonderful associations and organizations that bring them together, and it's much easier to find your audience that way. Literary basically goes across all of them. Or none of them. and you're trying to find something that doesn't exist. Your audience is not out there yet. And so the reason I think we talk more about genre work and we see more genre work and we read more genre work is just that, is because it's the one we can get our hands on. The side of it that's literary is going to be harder, and to this point, we're not seeing very much literary work come forward in self-publishing. Not as much as I would like. Alison?
But personally, I wouldn't see the two things as separate. I wouldn't see it as one or the other.
Right.
I think, it's interesting at Kingston where I lead a publishing masters. I've just validated a module which is actually going to put self-publishing as a module within the masters in publishing, because I think it should be there. I think it's part of publishing. I don't see it as a separate thing, and I don't see it as either or. And I don't see why, as a literary author, you shouldn't experiment with blogging or making material available that gives a readership a taste of your work. I really don't
Absolutely
see it
true.
as
We need somebody
then-
to break through
Yeah.
with literary, desperately.
I will say, even at London, we had a meeting with the bookseller, and they're interested in Ingram Sparks supplying them a list of titles that they can review, and they're certainly interested in literary
We're
fiction.
keenly interested.
Yeah.
We're trying to find this because we want to help that audience turn up.
I think also you're getting. I
like this wave I'm
You're
getting
getting
back here.
crossover with genres, so you're getting literary crime.
Yes.
You know, I mean,
Yeah,
it is, and
exactly.
I think, and also sometimes literary fiction, that sort of elusive term, in conventional publishing is defined by the imprint that buys you. So, you know, if
And
you're
not that
bought
it-
by Jonathan Cape, if you're an editor of
Right.
Jonathan Cape or Fourth Estate, then that defines who you are. And I think there's a lot of a grey area about what exactly literary fiction is.
And far be it from me to try to sway you, but if you could do literary romance, oh baby.
We should all
Shirtless
be
men
doing
kissing literary women.
We should all be.
They'll
writing.
follow you anywhere.
Yeah.
I did an event at the book fair last week, and in fact it was only Monday. It's Tuesday. It seems a lifetime ago. But there was an agent on the panel, and somebody came up at the end and said she'd got a new genre, which was equine fantasy spiritualism.
Oh.
So there you go.
I am so there. Who else? Was there another question? Yes, ma'am, at the back. We should have somebody run one.
I think that's right.
Talked yourself into a corner, didn't you? Robert?
Well, actually, it is a very good point, and I think it highlights exactly how self-publishing. If you're a self-published author, then you are, by definition, redefining who you are and how you exist as an author, because it's my understanding that social media is, and it's hugely important for anybody, but if you're self-published, every day you get up, you have to interact with your community, you should write a blog, whereas I think sort of the old conservative way was you go off, you write your book, you give it to the publisher, they take care of everything, and then
That won't work
let it
anymore.
go. But that won't work anymore.
Don't
so
try that.
I think with the standalone, I think it's much harder for you, because what's going to happen is your consumer is going to say, I love this, when can I read the next one by you? And you go, in 18 months' time, and or whatever. And then, I would fear that what you end up doing is then how do you engage your readers for the time that it takes to write the next novel? But that's not to say you can't, but it's just
There are
harder.
people who say, go ahead and write the first 5 first before you release anything, so that you're ready to come out in rapid succession with your first ones and grab that steady audience. Dan,
Can I
you
add
had a
something to that
sure.
just before we move on?
Then we'll go to
I
Dan
really
Holloway
don't think
here.
that's true in traditional publishing anymore. I interview authors a lot, and what those working for traditional publishers tell me is that they constantly have to be involved in the marketing, and actually your extent to which you're connected through social media is part of the commissioning decision. They don't just want book; they want book and marketable or articulate author. And I think the business of, there's another one along in 18 months. Another really interesting development within the industry are these content agencies that are springing up. Now, I don't wish to destroy the faith of anybody who has an 8 to 12-year-old girl, but Daisy Meadows does not actually exist. She's a focus group of women who pump out stories at the rate that a sort of an emergent reader can keep up with, so that you're not reliant on a single author who can't, match that level of delivery. And that's happening more and more. That's what James Patterson does, that he has links with a lot of sort of developing authors who work with him to sort of I mean, I've heard him describe it as the colouring in. He comes up with the plot and they colour in. So
They do the work, is what it is.
Yeah.
But-
So there are other methods of generating content other than the single author model.
I think it's good to remember that this is a pioneering industry, and I think what's driven it is, a series with a regular books delivered constantly. And actually what we're trying to all do is to broaden the brief of what self-publishing is, and to get people looking beyond this is mass consumption of commercial fiction or genre fiction. And actually what would be brilliant is if an ebook is published and it has as much attention in the traditional literary circles as something that's in print. And if that happened to be literary fiction, all the better, I think.
Yeah, we're all looking for that moment when something rises up. Yes, Dan, please. You're very agile with that, Alison. Good job. Very quick on the...
It does work. My comment was sort of about that, and about De La Pava, and what he did differently, because he is the example of when a literary novel did break through. That's right. So we can't say that it doesn't happen.
It does, and yet that one wasn't a very widespread and understood moment. Right? The publicity wasn't there for it, basically.
But it was at the grassroots. It did the first bit.
Yeah,
it did the rising
exactly.
up.
Exactly.
So what did he do that other literary fiction authors aren't doing?
There was more
Obviously.
community there, apparently. He had actually formed a great deal of community among, and this is something to do way before your book comes out. If you're not at your first one yet, start now. Start building the community by getting into what I call adjacencies. Look for people who are studying and thinking about your subjects. Let them get to know you. Be online with them. Go to their events. Move around with them. Because then, when suddenly you have a book, they're interested in reading it. But don't say book to them until you're ready. Until you can put it into their hands. Don't scare them off. They'll love you if they know you already. They will not like you if you start talking book 18 months before you have anything to show them.
Yeah, I tell
It's very
people.
strange.
Yeah, I tell people it starts today. Like even when you're walking around the store or out, or if you're flying. Like I'm flying tomorrow, and invariably someone will ask you what you do, and you never ever tell them you're 9 to 5. What you tell them is that I'm a writer, or better yet, I'm an author, because that just puts a magical glow around you. And then
They're
they
glowing
will,
right now when you
yeah,
said
and
that.
they'll want to know, like, well, what do you write? And then you just give them a teaser, to just leave them hanging, and make sure you get their card, and put them on your list, and let them know, and they will. That's how the tie begins, I think.
It is, and it actually makes good sense. I mean, people that we know in our lives and are doing other things, not just writing, we like knowing them as people first. We understand them that way, and we don't like feeling there's a come on. And there's no come on if you know them as friends and as associates and colleagues when the time comes and a book is ready. It never feels bad at all. In fact, they're fascinated. They're terrifically upset. Some of them are actually upset a little bit that they didn't know you were doing this, and you'll have to apologize a little. But it's exciting for them to find there's a writer in their midst, and so use that advantage on your
think-
work.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I think too that the self-publishing community is remarkably generous towards each other. But again, having worked a lot with writers of all sorts, that the most common emotion that you tended to find amongst authors was jealousy. People were very jealous of each other. And I do find that the self-publishing community is remarkably supportive, willing to share, willing to encourage. And I think that's something that, absolutely I agree, build the community first. But I think what I observe is just this willingness to encourage, mutually encourage, which I think is really
I
powerful.
completely agree with that, Alison. I'll just put up one little warning. Remember that when it comes time to sell your book, it's not your author friends.
No.
It's
No,
the
that's very
readership.
true. Yeah.
The only thing we're seeing in the States in particular is that because we are so into social media and the community is so generous, that it becomes a ghetto. And everybody becomes comfortable with their author friends, and suddenly the book comes out and they don't know a reader. They've never met anybody who isn't also writing. So you have to worry about that.
Yeah, David Nichols did a session the day before the book fair, and he talked about going around where, I think in London, going around where he had visited bookstores in the past and they weren't there anymore, and then he felt shameful that he actually had never purchased a book in that bookstore. So that's the other, especially since we're in a bookstore and a lovely bookshop. This is a beautiful, beautiful.
Buy something on the way out.
Well, it's just that if you really want, and I haven't ever spoken to anybody who's a writer who just wants an ebook. You know, they just want to sell. They always want some to see a book in a bookstore, right? And so it's really important to make the connection with your local bookseller, with your local librarian. You know, get to know them and let them know about you and form that connection. And then when your book does come out, you have that relationship and you can go in and talk to them about doing an event with you. If you go in cold and you've never patronized the store, they're less likely to talk to you. If you go in and very proudly say, my book is on CreateSpace, you'll be lucky if they don't hit you over the head with something.
And I think also a good thing that's happening now is there are traditional publishers who are publishing books in e-form first and then following it up with the trade paperback. Yes. So that's really encouraging for people who self-publish as well, because that, again, is what I was talking about earlier. It's making the e-book a valid equal to a print edition, and that's an important development, I think.
It's worth dwelling a little bit as well on how you can work with your local independent bookstore, that actually it isn't true that they won't do launches for self-published books. They absolutely will. But it tends to be, I totally agree with Robin, that if your only relationship is dropping in to tell them how you're getting on with their writing, with your writing, which some people do, and then they have a box in the car outside on which you can clearly see Amazon. And, you know, that doesn't build the relationship. But if you're going to persuade them to have a launch, you know, offer them something for them. Make sure that you're bringing friends in to whom you haven't already pre-sold the book. You know, these things are basic. Thank them, involve the local press. And if there's something in it for them, I bet they'll help you.
Yeah, there was a very instructive session in Author HQ over at London Book Fair this week in which some folks spoke very honestly about author arrogance, which appears to occur sometimes, particularly in self-publishers who don't realize that the booksellers are under as much pressure as they are, and that they need to be given every possible courtesy as you approach them, because they're trying to extend themselves for you. So give them every bit you can. That was a great question, Dan. Thank you. And there goes Allison again. She's wonderful, isn't she? We just have a few more minutes here.
Firstly, I definitely agree with you about building up your relationship with your bookshop before you try and go in there.
Yeah.
But the other thing I would like to say is don't assume that indie publishing means just ebooks. I think there's a vast proportion of the people here who do produce print as well, a lot of them with Ingram. And after this event, as I think most people here know by now, we've got over 60 of ALLi members showcasing their beautiful print books. So do come and see them afterwards.
Very nice. Excellent. Can I? Yeah, one more comment.
So just from at Ingram's high level, sort of bird's eye level view, our print side of the business is growing like crazy. Our ebook side of the business has sort of flattened out. So, you know, not that ebooks aren't important, but print, I think, is becoming more and more dear to people as we thought we might lose it. So I think now people have a different connection.
Looks like one quick question, if it's possible, sir.
Thank you.
It's amazing.
I publish paperbacks with Ingram Spark, but not e-books. I just want to clarify, did you say earlier that all Ingram Spark books go to self-e or just
the e-books.
Right. So I
yes.
need to do mine on my own.
You can do it on your own directly, as Porter was saying, directly on that site, or you can upload into Ingram Spark, and then we'll send it to selfie for you.
Okay, thank you.
Good deal. And I think we're out of time. Thank you, everybody, for the good questions and for listening to us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to the panelists.
Thank you.
Good job.
So, as a perfect follow on from that session, I'd like to invite Debbie Young and Piers Byrne, Alexander, or whatever he's calling himself today, to come and tell you about the campaign that ALLi is going to be launching later on this year in conjunction with Foyles and with lots of other indie bookstores. We realise that bookstores are really important to readers and to writers, and we know ebooks are also really important. It's not an either or, but we want to encourage a situation where writers and bookstores can get together and mutually work together, you know, to mutual benefit. Debbie has written this great book. She's going to be talking about it. Just give it to me there for a second. And Dan Holloway, which was launched at London Book Fair last year. In here, there's a section about working with all sorts of people, literary festivals and events and libraries and so on. But there is a section on bookstores, which we're going to be expanding and developing, and these guys are going to tell you all about now. So handing you over to these people.
Right, okay, I feel like we've had the audience warmed up nicely for what we're going to be talking about by the comments that the panel just now was making. So here we go. We're launching our new Authors for Bookstores campaign. Woo! Standing in this beautiful new Foyles store to launch ALLi's Author for Bookstores campaign, for a moment we can fool ourselves that reports of the decline of the bricks and mortar bookshops are greatly exaggerated. This shop is a fantastic temple to the written word, rising like an Aztec pyramid housing literary deities. I defy anyone to walk through it without wanting to pick up a book, stroke it, browse it, take it home with them. But bookshops are becoming an endangered species. 2 years ago, the bookseller reported that their number fell for the first time in living memory to below 1,000. In 2014, they plummeted to 939. But it's not because books are going out of style. What's changing is people's buying habits. People are moving away from traditional bookshops or only setting foot in them to showroom, the new term that describes checking out the physical product in store before going home to buy them online. Once, big chains of traditional booksellers were on every high street. Now they're mostly in retreat, either disappearing completely, downsizing, or pulling out of traditional strongholds. On yesterday's morning news bulletin, on the BBC Radio 4 Today programme, a reporter suggested that W.H. Smith are quietly moving from high street to travel outlets, airport shops, motorway service stations, where people still purchase books, but only because ordering online isn't an option when you're off on your holidays and want to pick up a beach read in the departure lounge. But it's not all gloom and doom. Some stores are still expanding. Foyles is opening new stores outside London. We've got a fabulous one in Bristol, near where I live. At the London Book Fair yesterday, a bullish Waterstones announced that it's planning to be more experimental. Not quite sure how, but they're clearly looking to change. New style bookshops are springing up. I love the idea of Beaton's Tea Rooms chain, which is part cafe, part bookshop. I think it's only 15% bookshop, but what a winning combination. Such news is encouraging, but the fact remains that in the last 10 years, we've lost a third of our high street bookshops. A third. That's 500 bookshops. No bookshop is an island. The closure of each one diminishes every author's lot. Can you imagine a society in which all book sales are transacted online? That's a brave new world that we can do without. At ALLi, we believe that as authors, we have a duty to help redress that balance. This doesn't necessarily mean trying to get your book stocked in store, but as was suggested in the panel just now, it can be done. And friend and colleague Piers Alexander is going to demonstrate with his own very impressive success story.
Thank you. Oh, that's not a very English introduction. I feel very shy now. Thanks for coming to a very dry talk about a campaign. So, as Debbie said, I'm Piers Alexander. As Orna said, I've got a real name as well, which I'm not going to share with you. And this is my novel, The Bitter Trade, which is an adventure of coffee smuggling, and an illiterate, a bit like me, set in London in 1688. I've got 3 minutes. That's why I'm talking even faster than I normally do. There will be a quiz afterwards, and if you don't answer all the questions correctly, you have to buy another book from Foyles. So I'm going to share with you a story of quite risky and irrational behaviour, which my wife assures me is quite regular, which led to some quite unexpectedly wonderful results. And it's about selling an independently published book, which I mentioned, through bookshops, choosing to print on a large scale, and getting into the airport charts within 5 months of launch. Which might have been an ambition, but certainly wasn't the plan. And it all started in places like this. And I share with Debbie the feeling of coming into a bookshop. I actually grew up in Luxembourg, which meant we only had one bookshop that sold English books, and they had 8, and they didn't change. So when we came to England, we had our little sweaty pounds. And I was allowed sometimes to go and sit in the history section by myself in the dark and read about old things. And I'm still doing that now. The commercial and political side of it is that after I left university, before some of you were born, a friend of mine went into bookselling and was soon fulminating about the demise of the net book agreement, which heralded book discounting. At the time I thought it was fantastic. I'd just come out of uni, books are cheap. Fantastic. Now I've got a fairly literary adventure, which I mentioned, jostling for shelf space with celebrity biographies and ghost-written recipe books. And I can tell you that I'm very angry about the end of the netbook agreement. Mainly because booksellers, and I do encourage you to meet some, are nice, thoughtful, helpful people, mainly, then they are, and their lives have become a lot more difficult in the age of the internet and book discounting. And even so, many of them go out of their way to place books that they personally like, which they think their customers will like, rather than making more money by going with the obvious bestsellers. And when I've written an obvious bestseller, I promise not to complain about this habit. So anyway, when I decided to publish The Bitter Trade, I was very keen to get reach through bookshops. Interestingly, the publisher Susan Watt said on a panel that I saw, she said, I wonder what will happen to discoverability when bookshops die. And I was like, well, haven't you been on Amazon? Isn't that a discoverability platform? And then I put my book on Amazon, and I thought, I think I need a bookshop. But like Debbie, I like proper books. I like holding them like Debbie's doing with this excellent novel there, infusing them with my own peculiar musk, and then passing them on to unsuspecting friends. Actually, my best customer and mega fan, I contacted a bunch of Civil War reenactment societies and said, do you want a free book? You know, to try it out, just pay it forward sort of thing. And Beth, who's a very assertive 22-year-old, wrote back and said, I'd like 5, please. I thought, that's going to cost me £12.50 in postage. I've got to go to the flipping post office, send her 5 books. That's 5 readers I won't get. She said, oh, we all loved them in the regiment. 100 people have read these 5 books. So £12.50, opportunity cost down. But she has probably sold me about 100 books by being enthusiastic afterwards. So, and that's from passing them around. The other thing about the modern age is that everyone's trying to game the Amazon system, and that puts you in the hand of a small number of relatively ruthless e-book marketing companies whose favourite price point is 99p. Why? Because you get the highest response rate. So therefore more people will buy the response rate, which means that everybody gets a BookBub. They might break even, they might make a bit of money, but they've just sold 2,000 books to people who haven't valued the work that they've done. So if I sell that book, woo! Yeah, bestseller Isabella Sada in the house, everybody. Paperback writer. So if someone buys that book, they've paid £11.99 for it. You know, I might make a little bit more than on the ebook, but we've had a real interaction. I like that. So anyway, I decided to print the books, not print on demand, and apologies already to our colleagues from Ingram, but with litho, which is a bit of a commitment. But I like taking silly risks. So what happened was that after I did that, I walked warily into some local bookshops and also into Daunt's in the city, which is a lovely bookshop. There's a great guy called Matt who's doing a themed display about Spitalfields. My book is partly set in Spitalfields. And he'd just done it. I don't think they sold any books. He did it because he thought it was relevant to the readers and he wanted to do it. And they took some. All these booksellers, charming, diffident, took some. And some of you have had the same experience. We heard about building up relationships, getting people to take the books. It's nice and you make a little bit of money, but mainly you interact. Last year I went to the London Book Fair, tiptoed round like this, met a really helpful senior buyer for another distributor, Gardeners. Phil liked the book. He loves to support new authors. And he personally made his sales team listen to his pitch and they went out and sold it to other bookshops. And I think it's in about 100 high street shops now, mainly indies, which I think is very cool. Another thing which I do recommend is I did a fun launch party in a coffee house, and we brewed up some old school coffee. Everybody sang along. There was a historical talk. A couple of bookshops came and made orders, but others just liked the invite and ordered the book just on the back of that, and of course of having read an excerpt, which I'll come back to. The best bit, which Debbie was alluding to, is that I went to the Historical Novel Society conference, which is just fantastic. Alison's nodding. Isn't it just the great secret pleasure of the world? Only 200 people know about it. Everyone writes about a different era. So when you come in, you go, what era are you from? Oh, I'm late Viking. Oh, I'm 17th century. And there was a panel called My Era is Better Than Yours, in which everyone's a bit like the era they write about. So the guy's the Vikings like, I like to talk about Viking dates, which is rape. And then there's the lovely Antonia Hodgson, do read Devil in the Marshalsea, who was representing the 17th and 18th century. And she's like, well, I like the 18th century because it's a bit like now, everyone's just trying it on and gets laid and it's kind of dirty and stupid. It's fantastic. And there was 5 of us who were roaring so much that we won the best era vote. It's true, Alison, isn't it? It's wonderful. Anyway, so I met Matt, who's the fiction buyer for W.H. Smith. And as he left his panel, I was at the back of the auditorium, and I thought, oh, this is my one moment, I've got to do it. So I ran, just as the keynote was setting up, who's a fantastic writer, Con Iggulden, right round the back of the auditorium in the University of Westminster, right down there, caught up with Matt, showed him this book, and I went, I've written a book. And he went, yes. Look, I've been in some form of sales for about 20 years. I thought, hey, fantastic, I'll be able to... Well, it's about the stuff on the back of the book. You please read it. He said, it's got a nice cover. Well done. So he took it away, and I thought, you can... Facebook moment. That's very good, actually. And he wrote to me late that night and said, I've just read the first 40 pages and I really like it, and I can see it in our shops, and I'd like to take an order for the airports. And it's been in the bestseller chart since October. My sister, who I rarely speak to, Facebooked me to say that she'd seen it at number 20 in Luton, which is probably the only recompense she got for going for that absolute hellhole. But the point about all these interactions, which have led to me... Well, OK, I broke even on print after 7 months, even completely after blowing my budget. And there's an absolutely hypothermically cool thing happening next, which you won't find out about until June. But it really is something, just breaks the rules, I think. The reason why it worked was, first of all, I was already a customer of all the bookshops I went into. And when I said to Matt at Smith's, I used to go into Smith's and spend my pennies, and it was the happiest point of my holidays. It was true. And he'd done that, and then he'd gone on a paper round for them, and he'd worked at Smith's for 20 years. So, but it's only because it was true that it worked, I think. And then the other thing about these booksellers is I asked them really nicely, giving them the option to say no very, very early on. Second point, I think this is really important, is, in Matt's words, it's got a nice jacket. That's probably the biggest investment that I made relative to what I could have spent. I also did something really stupid, which is I put Spot UV, which is that shiny bit on the blood there. It's not a pigeon poo, it's actually coffee beans in blood. And then I embossed the title. And at the time I thought, you're a complete idiot, you've done the wrong size, and you've overinvested in the cover. But it's what I wanted to do, and it's what got me the deal. Most importantly, they read and liked the book, and Matt gave it to his fiction buyer from Selfridges. She liked it as well. And that's because it took me 3 years to write it, and I took a lot of humiliatingly accurate editorial feedback, which I listened to. So I think, as you're doing it, the most important thing is, what have you written? Are you happy with it yourself? So, I'm not going to tell you how much it's sold. I have broken even on print, so I'm making money now. But there are 2 stats that I think are interesting. Number one, even though most of my promotions have been online, and I've done 2 specific price drop promotions, which I hated myself for, and I'm not going to do them again. I've sold more paperbacks than ebooks. It's 53%. But 16% of my royalties come from ebooks, which tells you just how annoying the discounting trend is if you actually want to get paid good value for your work. I don't believe in 99-cent books. I do believe in books with a decent cover price that get bought for friends or passed on to family, or just snapped up for one's own pleasure in a quiet, friendly bookshop like this one. And that's why I came to ALLi, to Debbie and Orna with the idea for this campaign. Most of you are writers. You would be absolutely amazed, if you haven't seen it already, just how grateful the real book trade is when you decide to take part. So please talk to your local bookseller, take a photo of them if they'll let you, put it on your Facebook page, and share your own love of books with them. And above all, tell your friends about this remarkable new app called Real Bookshops. So it's #authors4bookstores, yo, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Piers. God, I can't follow that. Whether or not we decide to pitch our books to bookshops, and not all of us can do that viably, particularly if they're for a very small niche market that won't be suitable in a high street bookshop, there are still lots of simple and affordable things that authors can do to help high street bookshops to thrive. In fact, we have more power to help bookshops than we might think. When you're standing pitching your book to a bookseller, you may feel that you're in a position of weakness. But in fact, we have power because we're not just authors, we're also book buyers. And we're not just any book buyers, we're book buyers with influence. We move in influential circles, sharing recommendations with other authors, writers' groups, book groups, and other readers, online and in real life. We drive purchases. We are a powerful force. I'd argue that we should be considered super customers to the average bricks and mortar store if we take our responsibilities seriously. And as such super customers, we have a choice. We can ignore bookshops and do all our book buying online and just help Amazon boost its figures. But we do that at the peril of authors everywhere, not just at the peril of ourselves, because all that does is increase our dependence and everybody's dependence on the online book retailers. We then risk losing the physical showcase and shopfront that reminds shoppers that books are good things to buy. We'll no longer then have, without any high street bookshops, we'll no longer have fabulous ambassadors for reading on the high street. We'll be on our own, on the ether, without professional booksellers. It's a no-brainer. We have to support them, which includes helping them to evolve into the kind of high street trader that bookstores of the future will need to be. Now, I suspect that the likes of Foyles don't necessarily need our help to tell them what to do, but we believe that our role includes working with independent booksellers all over the country, all over the world, to develop events that will help pull more shoppers into their stores. By this, we don't just mean events for readers, but events for authors. The bookshops of the future could become hubs of creativity and writing, not just of reading. For example, in Bristol, in the Foyles branch of Bristol, we now have our ALLi local meetup group using Foyles as our base. And we're going to be in there at least once a month having a meeting. I think next month we're in 3 times. And they are becoming really aware of us and really we're getting to know them very, very well. And it's a matter of courtesy when we go in there, to every time we go in there, to try and buy a book. ALLi's Authors for Bookstores manifesto will be published shortly on our website, proposing 20 easy actions which are within your power. Most of them will cost you little or nothing to carry out, and every time you do even one of them, you'll be helping physical bookshops everywhere to survive. You'll also be helping to build a better relationship between authors and booksellers and between you and your local bookshop. So important, as Piers has demonstrated. So here are just 4 of the 20 easy actions, starting with the most obvious. If you plan to buy a print book, buy it from your nearest shop. Don't buy it online. Very easy to do. The second one, on your author website, alongside your online buying links and your affiliate links to Amazon, Kobo, whoever, suggest your readers shop local. That's a message people are happy to receive and to act upon. Your local bookshop will always order a book at the request of a customer, especially if it's printed via Ingram, so they can get it. They know they can get it through their usual supplier. They'll always order a book if a customer asks for it, even if they don't usually stock it. And if a bookseller likes your book when they get it in to give to the customer that's coming to collect it, he may even decide to start stocking it and buy lots more copies to put on his shelf. Number 3, show your local bookseller a bit of online love. Like his Facebook page, comment on his posts, share his posts. If he's on Twitter, follow him on Twitter, retweet his posts. On a Friday, do the hashtag FF for Follow Fridays. Costs you nothing, it'll make his day, and you don't even have to leave your desk. I do happen to know that my local bookseller always also responds very well if you take him in a cup of coffee from the nearby cafe, but you have to leave your desk for that. If you have your local bookshop has an in-store loyalty card, sign up for one. Who could resist a store card branded Foylety? Isn't that fantastic? Get one before you go, folks. Now, all those things may not rank as rocket science, but they're every bit as practical. Although we may be grateful, and we should be grateful, to online retailers and distribution platforms for empowering the modern indie author and making it possible for us to do all that we can do today, there is room in the lives and businesses of all authorpreneurs for retailers of all kinds, and we lose any of those parties at our peril. Now, we're launching this campaign today in London in a quintessentially British independent bookshop, but it's replicable wherever you live in the world. We'll be helping and encouraging not just ALLi members, but authors of all kinds over the coming months to implement it globally. But today, we really just wanted to sound the rallying cry, and where better to do that? So for today, the takeaway message is very simple. Ask not what bookshops can do for you, but what you can do for bookshops. So, let's work together to keep bookshops on the high street as a universal temple to our art, to the author's trade, and as embassies of reading for all ages, for the greater good of booksellers, writers and readers all over the world. Thank you.
No, we won't do questions because I know we're a bit early, but I think there's nothing left to say. There's nothing left to say, really. They ask questions. What are they going to say? How do I get my phone?
and also at thecreativepen.com. And today I'm here with some lovely indies, and what's going to happen, we're going to do quick, everyone's going to introduce themselves, then we're going to do a top tip for self-publishing success with the aim of being tweetable. That is the plan. After all, it's all about tweetables at this point in the game. And then we're going to open up to questions, okay? So this is meant to be rapid fire, and there is no silly question, of course, so we'd really love to hear from you. And at all levels of the game, what I love about this group is that compared to some of the talks I heard at LBF, this is pretty advanced, right? I think many of you who are at the fair realise that. And I was talking to some ladies and saying, look, you think those talks weren't so good because you know so much. You know, everybody here knows a lot more than the most authors out there in terms of marketing and self-publishing and business and all that. So we're ready for any level of question, but we're now going to get onto it. So we'll start with a quick intro of everybody.
Hi, Nick Stevenson here. I'm a fiction and non-fiction author, and I teach other authors how to find their first 10,000 readers. And I have a Foyles book bag, which I'm going to be stocking up after the event's finished today. So, moving on.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Rachel Abbott, and I write psychological thrillers.
Hello, my name's Mark McGuinness. I'm a poet. I'm a coach for creative professionals, and I complement my coaching by writing and publishing books of practical inspiration for creatives.
Good afternoon. I'm Stina Holmes, and I write women's fiction and as well as sweet romance on the side.
I'm CJ Lyons, and I write my own subgenre of thrillers called Thrillers with Heart.
Fantastic. And now we're going to go back along the line with your top tip for self-publishing success.
Okay, well, my top tip echoes the way I started the morning, and it's something that I actually learned from Jeffrey Deaver, a wonderful thriller writer that you might have heard of, after my first book was published. And I asked him what I should do and what was the best way to approach my career. And he said, never forget, and this is the part you can tweet, the reader is God.
And that's God, for those of you who might not understand CJ's accent. God. It's that end of the day, come on.
I would have said focus on your readers, not your sales, but that is in line with the reader is God. So I'm going to say, remember that you are an entrepreneur and that this is your business. And with that business, you need to be creative and be willing to take chances and risks and do things that maybe other people aren't, and possibly do things that everyone else is not already doing, so that you can create your own path, your own road, and have your own explosion. And don't be focusing on what other people are doing.
So that's like 7 tweets.
Hi, I'm going to pick up on what Piers was just saying, talking about print books, because if you're publishing non-fiction, print is really important. So make it, you've got Ingram Spark, you've got CreateSpace, you can make it a really beautiful object. So get a designer to make the inside of the book look as good as the outside. We all know that you need a good cover. If you're going to do a print book, get someone who really understands typography, and so it's a really nice book to hold in their hands or gift to give to someone else.
I'm going to book the trend a bit here, I think, because I think, first of all, the first thing you should do is define what success looks like to you, because success isn't the same for everybody. For some people, success is the number of books you sell. For some people, it's the number of good reviews that you get. Money might not matter for some. If you've written your grandma's memoirs, it might be just about getting readers. So before you actually work out a plan for how you're going to achieve your success, which you will need to do, which is maybe top tip number 2, you need a plan, but you need to first of all define what success looks like to you.
And my top tip is, if you want to reach readers direct, build your email list, number 1 tip, and figure out how you can scale as well, because we've talked about selling directly to bookstores and selling to readers. Whatever your focus is, figure out how you can scale that up.
And I'll add to this persistence and years in the game of little steps every day. If you try and improve your writing every day, if you connect to readers every day, if you do a little bit of marketing every day, then over time you get somewhere. And I'm at the moment in year 9 of my author journey, and I know everyone here has different numbers, but that's how you get places. You keep doing persistence over time, getting better over time. Okay. Just some follow-up question here to whoever wants to answer it, is how do you think you broke out? And certainly I know the three ladies, I would say, had a big breakout moment. So I wonder if you could perhaps answer that one, and the gents, if you think that you've got something on that, welcome.
I think it's, like you said, persistence. There is definitely a watershed moment where you can look back and you can go, that's where I made a difference. And for me, it was building an audience. And over time, every time I launched a new book or ran a promotion on a book, it would get stronger and stronger and stronger each time. And eventually it got to the point where I can launch a book, it will chart high in the various different retailer charts. Those retailers pick up on that, they start to promote that as well, the ball starts rolling, and your own success just builds and builds over time. So persistence is very much a key strength in this game, but you absolutely can get there if you're working to build your audience, definitely.
Without a doubt, for me, it was when I wrote a marketing plan. I know it sounds really tedious, but I found that I was spending so much time every day looking at all the bright ideas and all the good ideas and all the advice, because there's loads of advice out there, and I was actually spending all day reading the advice and actually not following any of it. So I decided the time had come that I actually had to choose which of all these different bits of advice would work for me. Not everybody likes doing the same thing. Some people hate Twitter. Some people hate Facebook, some people hate forums, all the different things that you can do to contact, to get in touch with your readers. So what I actually did, and it made such a difference, I can't tell you, I wrote a marketing plan. The first marketing plan I wrote was about 15 pages long, and I followed it to the letter. So I didn't deviate, I didn't spend all day checking other ideas out. I just did the things that I'd written down, and it really worked for me.
Rachel, just remind people about your breakout, what happened.
Well, at the time that I decided I was going to write a marketing plan, it was the beginning of January 2012 when I'd sold a few books. I remember Christmas Day selling 6 books and thinking that was fantastic. And on the 18th of February, so 7 weeks really later, 6 or 7 weeks later, it got to number 1 on Amazon and was selling 3,500 a day. So.
Who wants to hear her marketing plan?
Yeah, Rachel shares her marketing plan on her blog, so check that out. Rachel-Abbott.com, right?
RachelAbbottWriter.com.
So I think probably the most important thing for me over the years has just been being really, really clear who I'm talking to. If I'm writing a non-fiction book, every time I go to sit down to write a new chapter, I put everything else out of my mind and I picture that person and think, what is it that they need to know about this topic? And that goes all the way through all the marketing, all the promotion and so on. I'm just trying to reach that kind of person and solve the very particular problem that I'm talking about in the book.
I knew when I put out my women's fiction that I need to do something different, because up to that point I was putting out romances. So my breakout was when I realized that I had to focus on my readers and not my sales, which before that was always, what can I do to get more sales? Where can I advertise? What kind of graphics can I put up? You know, who does these best? Who gets the best views and whatnot? Instead, I decided to focus on my readers and find out who my reader was for women's fiction and why they were my reader, and how could not just reach them with this book, but keep them so that they would read my next book and my next book, that it would be a natural flow. And it worked.
Yeah, tell us that.
This was back in 2011, 2012, but my first month, I went from, it took me 6 months to make $100 on Amazon, you know, to get that first check on Amazon. It took me 6 months with my romance. As soon as I put out Finding Emma, which was my women's fiction, that first month, I made $10,000. Went up to 100,000.
And you've sold several million now, right?
Hopefully soon, yes. I'm over that million mark now.
Yeah, it's big numbers.
I guess I've been very lucky because I've had several, I can't even count how many breakout moments.
I was thinking the Blind Faith one.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, that's an easy one to talk about. I guess my first big breakout as an indie author came from trusting my readers and being genuine with them. I had a book called Blind Faith that no publisher on the face of the planet wanted, and even my agent was hesitant about taking it out. But it was a book of my heart, and I believed in it. So when I put it up on Amazon, and had already had several books up there, it was at a price at the time that was quite high for an ebook, which was $4.99. And it sold like hotcakes right away, out of the gate. It was paying the mortgage every month. So my big breakout came about 10 months after I started publishing it. I realized, you know what, I am really doing well. I'm making more in a month with my indie publishing than I do in a year with my New York City publishing. I want to give something back to my readers. So I sent an email to my readers, because I've been building an email list for quite some time. And I just said, help me make my dream come true. I want to hit the top 20 of Amazon. I've never done that. And would you please tell a friend or buy them a copy of this book? And for the first time ever, I dropped the price. This was back in 2011 when people weren't dropping prices. They either were only at 99 cents or they were only at, a rather high price. And all the New York City books were like $9.99 or higher. So for me, dropping the price for the first time ever was a gift back to my readers, saying I trust them as much as hopefully they trust my book enough to share with their friends. Within 2 weeks, we hit number 12 on USA Today list. We debuted at number 2 on the New York Times list. We stayed on the New York Times list for 7 weeks. I sold 250,000 copies in 2 months. That book went to auction with every New York City publisher that had rejected it, wanting to publish it now. That series has gone on to sell over 500,000 copies. But strangely enough, it's second to my Lucy Gardino FBI thriller series, which has sold over 700,000 copies.
FBI thrillers very popular. But okay, so brilliant. So everyone has got different definitions of success, and have given you some tips. So we are going to open up to questions. Hands straight up, gentleman in the middle, and everyone else get ready because this is rapid fire.
Audiobooks, are they a passing fad, or are they something we should be doing now?
Okay, well, I want to answer this.
Just do it.
No, I'm going to answer. I think audiobooks are absolutely fantastic and have only just started. The launch, Apple's latest launch with Apple CarPlay, Google Auto, which is going to put the streaming technology into cars, mainstream cars, all of them, next year, is going to completely change the way people listen to audio, as well as people listening on their smartphones. So we are probably like 2006, like ebook style with audiobooks. So I use ACX. I think many people do in the room. So definitely not a fad. Would anyone like to comment on audiobooks other than that?
I can make a quick comment. And it's really, really easy to get started as well. But ACX is great. There's other ways to get audiobooks out there, but ACX is the lowest barrier to entry. You literally just have to have a book that you have the rights to. You can find a narrator. You don't have to pay anything up front. You can do royalty shares. It's really simple. You can spend as much or as little on it as you like, and you can get audiobooks out there. And anyone should really do it if they're interested in growing that side of things.
Yeah. Does everyone agree? Anyone dissing audio?
You're going to diss audio?
No. No, I actually have an agent, and so they sell the audio rights for me, so it's even easier. So you have an agent, that makes life even easier.
But we should say, if you do, regardless of if you want to sell your rights, try and retain audio or get a good deal for it, or make sure they actually exploit it. So many people sell their rights to audio and then their publisher doesn't actually exploit it. So be careful with that. Okay, next question over there. Is Tony? Wait for the mic. You need to wait for the mic. Yeah, see you.
Should you rewrite the book for audio? I mean, will any book just naturally become readable?
The problem is if you rewrite it, you will not get Whisper Sync on Amazon and on Audible, and you want that because that helps to also sell your and your print. So keep it as close as possible. If you have a good narrator, they will make it sound good no matter what.
Can I make a comment about... One comment I would make, and this came up yesterday actually in a talk at the book fair. One of the things that I always do when I'm editing my book is I read it out loud to myself first. One of the speakers yesterday said that he'd never done that, and when he came to get the audio done and he read it out loud to himself, he thought, oh my God, this sounds terrible. So he had to rewrite it, and he had to reissue the ebook as well. But actually, when you're editing yourself, one of the best ways of finding mistakes in your book is to read it out loud, and then you'll soon find whether it would sound good as audio.
And I've been narrating, I've just finished Business for Authors. I narrated it myself, and Orna Ross is also doing that kind of process too. And one of the benefits we have as indies is being able to change the book. So I did change the ebook as I did the narration in order that I didn't have to read a list of URLs, for example. In a non-fiction book, that can sometimes be useful in E, but you can't read it out loud on Audible. So I think you can change the book if you're narrating it at the same time. That can be quite useful. Okay. Over there, the lady in the middle. Sorry. Run around.
Okay. Hi, my question was related to the audiobooks because you mentioned they're going to start putting it through the cars. So if we're doing a contract, I just took on a stipend with ACX. And so is that going to limit me in the future with that if I have the contract with them?
You got a stipend with ACX. They basically pay some of the production costs. So when you sign with ACX, there is a 7-year license with them, but they do distribute through iTunes. So you're fine, basically. It will stop you selling it to other audio companies. And Ben was right next to you.
I was just curious about heroes and the authors that you look up to. If you could get any quote on the cover of your book from any author, alive or dead, who would it be?
So if we could have any author quote for our cover copies, who would it be? Pardon?
Alive.
Oh, alive. My goal is to be the next Jodi Picoult in the indie world. So I would have Jodi Picoult put her thing. Actually, that would be fabulous if she did too.
I'm actually quite lucky. I have Lee Child, Jeffrey Deaver, Lisa Gardner, Tess Gerritsen.
Yeah, I was lucky too. I got Stephen Pressfield to give me a quote. He wrote The
we
War
love
of Art, my first book. Steve was kind enough to give me a quote. So yeah, it can happen.
I've never really thought about this. That's terrible, isn't it? So I suppose I would even though I read a lot of American authors as well, I'd want to stick with somebody British, so probably go with somebody like Val McDermott, who is kind of the queen of crime.
Yeah.
I'm very envious of CJ. I'd love Lee Child to give me a blurb. Possibly Peter James as well. I can track him down now. I know where he lives.
And for me, it would be Stephen King, absolutely. But this is actually a good question, and a couple of things here have kind of shown it. It's all about getting to know people. I mean, you guys, everyone's a normal person. We now know Peter James, and we know that, we know Lee Child. We know if you go to festivals and you meet these authors, you can develop a relationship. Don't run up to them and go, hey, can you blurb my book? You actually have to create, foster a relationship first, so they know who you are, and then don't be stalky. Do them favors, review their books, be good. But then eventually you can actually ask. So these things are not out of reach.
Don't be that author. The one that sends the email with the book attached and a list of 10 quotes that the publicist came up, and you can just check one without even reading the book. And I'm sure you'll remember me. I took that online course with 10,000 other students that you taught. Yes, please don't be that author.
Yeah, develop relationships. All right, next question. That lady over there.
Hi, Orla Broderick, part of Emergence. Can we go back to audiobooks for a moment? Is that okay?
Yeah.
I've been systematically uploading mine onto Bandcamp just on the computer. And that seems to be working for me at the moment. But, as in a few people listen and buy it a month. Will that change with ACX?
Okay, well, basically Bandcamp, and I mean, I would say that's marketing for audio. We're talking about selling audiobooks, mainly on Amazon. So on Amazon, if you go to and obviously we love all the other retailers, but on Amazon, your book page will have audio, ebook, print, audiobook, so they're sold together. Bandcamp is not going to put you on there.
It's on iBooks.
On iTunes?
On iTunes.
Okay, so you're selling through iTunes already. Then brilliant. So I don't know the legal contract with ACX, but I don't believe you can be somewhere else. It's like an exclusive contract, essentially.
Okay.
So you'd have to look at whether you also want to be on Audible and on Amazon as well as on iTunes. And then make a decision. Isn't it great that we're having discussion about audiobooks? Because I just did not see that at the London Book Fair. Thanks very much. Yeah. Okay. Any other burning questions that people have? The lady there.
Two questions. One, Mark Dawson at the London Book Fair said he spends 50% of his time on marketing. I'd like to know what your percentages are, and sort of sub-question to that is, are you all using assistants?
Yeah. Can I just apologise on behalf of Mark Dawson, who was meant to be here, and unfortunately had a family issue, so that's why he's not. Nick, do you want to start that end on that?
I spent a very, very long time putting systems and processes in place to help automate my marketing. So that several months of putting these processes into place, and now I do very little actual in-person kind of on the computer marketing, because I have a lot of kind of traffic and funnels and all kinds of wonderful automated systems set up to do that for me, which is one of the things I teach authors to do as well. So actual time spent marketing is tiny right now, but that took a lot of work to get to that point.
I'm similar. I use quite a lot of automated systems, but I also do have various different assistants for different types of jobs. So I have a virtual assistant, well, I have two actually, who do different things to do with marketing. So one comes up with creative marketing ideas, and the other one kind of implements them. And I also have an assistant for doing the amazing amount of admin that builds up over time. But in terms of the actual time I spend marketing now, when I've got a new book out, I probably spend the 2 months around the book launch pretty much only doing marketing. Even though I've got a lot of systems set up, there's still new stuff to be added and new content to be added to all those systems that relate to the new book.
I forgot to answer the assistant bit. Yes, like some people on the panel, I think I have one person handling admin, incoming emails and trying to sort out my messy schedule because I'm dreadful, and someone dealing with the website stuff, which when I try to fix, it makes it much worse. Yeah. So I stay way away from that. So.
Yeah, I'm in the automation camp too. I spent a few years ago, I spent a lot of time blogging, building my mailing list. I wrote a very long autoresponder series. But now that that's done, I mean, people have probably been signing up today while I've been here. And if you've got an autoresponder, it's basically a sequence of emails that get delivered. Everybody who signs up gets the first one, then the second one a week later, or however long you want to do it. And that's a great way to grow the mailing list, which, as Nick pointed out, is one of your main, most powerful things you can have. So these days I don't spend a lot of time on marketing. In terms of assistance, I've got people to help me with technical stuff. Not an admin person, but that might have to change soon. Okay.
I do have an admin. She's fabulous, and she now takes on probably 3/4 of the admin and marketing load from me, which is great because then it means I can write more. But I love the marketing aspect. I don't think of it as marketing per se, my book. I think of it as a way for me to connect to my readers. So I do it quite a lot on my own, constantly. Every time I'm on social media, it's to market with my readers. It's to connect with them. It's how I view it now. Instead of it being more of a personal thing, it's more of my brand and who I am as an author, and how they know me as an author. So probably I spend my morning and half of afternoon connecting with my readers, and then I save the part where my brain is great and likes to write for the evening, and that's when I focus on my writing. But I think it's smart to create a team around you. So if marketing is not your strong point, and if the idea of being on social media gives you cringes, then find people who love it, who can do that for you, who can be a strength for you, and who can speak for you as an author without your reader really knowing the difference, and not so that they can talk for you, but so that they can help create your brand around you.
I think Stina has a very good point that any marketing you do should be a conversation with the reader, not just blasting at them. I really don't do any. Once a month I put out a newsletter. Maybe once a week I throw something up on Facebook, just mainly, if I remember. My Twitter is basically retweets, and it's only to fellow authors of business things. I don't blog. I really find that my best marketing is writing the next book, and that's what I enjoy. So that's what I do. I'm also a hermit and an introvert, so social media just does not appeal to me. I would love to hire someone that does that, though. So, if one of your assistants needs like another side project, let me know. And then I just hired a virtual assistant, but she's strictly to do our new publishing, Edgy Reads Publishing, which is through Ingram's, that Robin mentioned earlier, and she does the metadata and all the making certain the computer process works for that, because you don't want me anywhere near a computer.
Yeah, and I think that's the point there. To me, metadata is marketing. Book covers are marketing. Most of this is marketing. So when I think the definition will define how much time you spend doing it. So what CJ said there is she actually has a person who does the marketing for Ingram. That's essentially what it is. So that's important. The other thing is changing your attitude, as Stina's pointed out. Marketing is sharing what you love with people who want to hear about it. It's not push your book. So it's got to be fun. And anyone who's on Twitter with me knows that I find Twitter fun. It is not marketing. It's fun. I mean, what is this here today? Is this, for us on the panel, for example, is this marketing? Is this community? How do you want to define how you use your time? So I think it varies. And just one more thing on the virtual assistant. I also have one, but there's a tipping point. And I'm sure everybody realizes you don't start out as an author with your first book and get a virtual assistant. It builds over time. So, and you don't have to have a full-time employee either. They're all part-time, paid on per hourly rate generally. So you can scale those things. Okay, next question. Over there at the back. Sorry, gentlemen. Just run.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Mark Swatney. I've got a slightly esoteric question. I've been exchanging emails with a group in the Netherlands who produced a dyslexic-friendly font, which they call Dyslexie. And we've been wondering about, we've been discussing money and things like that. They want a small royalty. And I reckon that if I increase the price of a dyslexic pod, it will cover their royalty, and that would be fine. But what I wanted to know is anybody else considering dyslexic-friendly publishing? What's the state? Are these successful authors going to be dyslexic-friendly? Is there actually a market for dyslexic-friendly?
That's a very good question. Are you guys all aware of the dyslexic font? Yes. Yeah. Nick, do you want to comment, or would you consider it?
I think absolutely anything to reach more people and more readers is a great thing. So if there's parts of the market like dyslexic readers, parts of the world that we can't reach at the moment, anything that we can do to reach more readers is definitely something I think I can speak for everyone and say that we're all very keen to reach as many people as possible.
But there would need to be an easy-to-use tool like ACX or something like that would make it easy to do. People are not going to reformat stuff specifically for that unless it's easy.
Actually, it would be in the device, because when I put my Kindle on, because my eyes are tired at the end of the day, I change the font to something easy to read and size. That's in my control, not the author's. So it would have to go through the device.
Yeah. Good point. Okay, there was someone else over there, wasn't there? Over there. Just wait for the mic.
I'd just like to ask, I imagine most of us recognise that the whole writing and publishing experience can be quite an emotional roller coaster. I'd like to know whether any of you have, or how any of you have dealt with moments of real self-doubt, particularly before you had your breakthrough moments.
I'd like to direct that to Mark, who's written a book on this called Resilience. Go, Mark.
Yeah, so my book is kind of founded on moments of self-doubt. It's specifically about dealing with rejection and criticism. But it's really, as the title suggests, it's about the times when you feel this And I actually think if you're doing anything that's really worthwhile, that you're stretching yourself creatively, you're bound to have days where you ask yourself, can I really do this? And maybe I can't do this. And I think it's really important to, first of all, just to acknowledge that feeling. And if you're part of the self-publishing community, talk to people in this room. You're by no means alone. And I ended up writing the book because I was getting so many people asking for help with this kind of thing. But I'm lucky. I get to hear what's really going on inside people's heads when they come to me for coaching. And after I'd heard it several hundred times, I thought, oh, okay, maybe this is just what it's like when you're trying to do something amazing. So I would say, first of all, acknowledge it. On the day when you feel overwhelmed by that, take a break. Just go away and do something else. And then you say to yourself, you know, I don't have to do this. And then come back the next morning and ask yourself, but do I want to do it? Yeah, do I want to keep going? And really, I think very often the thing that will keep you going is the thing that got you into it in the first place, which is going to be the love of the writing, you know, of storytelling, or of you know, sharing ideas, or you know, whatever it is. So if in doubt, go back to that first source of inspiration.
Mark is very wise. He used to be a psychotherapist too. So
That's right, in a former life.
yeah, former line afterwards. Okay, other questions? Oh, down here. We've got two next to each other. That's very handy. Someone tell me when we've only got 5 minutes, won't you?
Hi. I just want the panel, first of all, starting with Nick, is what's your process when you come to doing your book covers? Nick, your book covers are just, you know, amazing. There's a theme that runs through them. And I just want to know what that process is when you're thinking about your book covers and that the brand that's so, you know, so recognizable with your book covers.
Okay, so what's your book cover process?
Well, thank you very much for the kind words, first of all. I didn't design the covers myself, so I can't take full credit, but I was involved in the process. So, I mean, anyone who's been involved in getting covers design knows it's a very personal process. You know, you want the book to look a certain way and evoke certain feelings. So I was lucky enough to find a cover designer who's very talented, and I did this through networking with other authors and asking, you know, where did you find your cover designer, and you know, getting names and finding out who other people were using, whose covers I like myself. And I passed some ideas to my cover designer. I said I want it to look vaguely like these 5 books here. He sent me back 3 or 4 kind of proofs. I picked one I liked the most, then we worked together to just tweak it a little bit. And then every single book in that series, I then said to him, repeat it exactly the same, so that if you line the books up on the screen or on your bookshelf, you take 3 steps back, squint, and get drunk, you should be able to tell that it's a Nick Stevenson book. And he absolutely nailed it. So the process is spend the time to get it right first time. If you're writing in a series, try to then get all the books to visually brand and stick together.
Yeah, okay. We won't, unless there's anyone does anything very different. Do you?
Yes, but it's not something anybody can replicate, so
oh, right.
shut up, should I?
We'll do the next. You hold the mic for the next question, which was this lady. We've only got time for a couple more questions, so think them up quickly.
Okay, I've written a book. I'm petrified about publishing. I've been waiting until today to get all your advice. Nick, I've followed your tutorials, and you say give your readers something, some value. So I was wondering, from that, I thought, I've only got the one book. I can't give that away for free. What's a good price point? And is it okay to give away a short story at the beginning to get their email address and maybe an extra chapter at the end?
Just repeat the question.
So the question is related, I think, to some of the tutorials I have online at yourfirst10kreaders.com, where to build a mailing list, I recommend that instead of just asking readers to sign up, you give them something of value in return first, because asking readers to sign up to your mailing list is basically saying, would you mind if I told you about other stuff I want to sell you later? Whereas if we offer them something like a short story or a bonus chapter or something related to our book, we can say, I hope you want to experience my brand, let's get to know each other, here's something for free as a gesture of goodwill, let's build a relationship. You'll get 10 to 100 times as many people signing up to your email list with that incentive. And the question specifically is, are short stories okay to give away? Absolutely. As long as it's related to the kind of reader you want to reach, offer anything. Something is better than nothing. A bonus chapter from the next book is better than nothing at all. Absolutely.
Okay, fantastic. Other questions? Oh, the back.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm suddenly really nervous.
Oh, don't be. We're all friends.
I wanted to ask some advice, really. I sold 25,000, mostly last year, and I've just got one book. I know that the next thing is to write another book, but what else should I do? I haven't done many of the things you're meant to do.
Give him some marketing tips.
Yeah. You haven't done many of the what? Sorry, did you say at the end?
Many of the things that you're meant to do.
Right, so did you, one of the things that people have been talking about here is actually the mailing list. And one thing that surprisingly few people do is if you're selling your books on Kindle, is to put in the back of the actual book itself a link to a place where you can actually, people can actually sign up for your mailing list, so that when they come to the end of the book, it's if you enjoyed this book, please sign up to my mailing list to receive further information, etc. And so, did you do that in your all those that you sold? Have you actually got any links for mailing lists or anything?
I've got something. Sorry, I do have a sort of final page saying here are some things you could do, and one of them is to sign up. But it's not a link, but it does say go to my website.
Okay, well, next time make it a live link, and then you can really capture them. But as far as that, you just need to start to reach out to those readers in any way you can. Anything you can do, whether you're on Twitter or on Facebook or in forums, find anywhere where your book has been mentioned by doing a search on Google, because people might have reviewed your book that you don't know about. And so you can actually then start some conversation. Just try and the only thing I can say, apart from write the next book, is find any way you can to reach out to those readers, unless anybody's got any more magic tricks.
There is no magic trick.
No.
Do you want to just say that?
Oh, I just said it's hard to build a career on one book. So, I mean, Harper Lee did it, but even she's coming out for second.
Yeah, now. Yeah, I think that's the point. Like, decide what you really want to do, and if you want to write some more books. Okay, last question. Who would like to go last? Oh, go Shell.
What is the part of the writing, publishing process that you feel most proud of each time you release a book?
Oh, Stina, you go first. What do you feel most proud of?
Writing the book. The fact that I got it done, and the time frame. No, I think the part that I'm most proud of is keeping my reader in mind while I was writing it, so that when I go to promote it, when I go to let people know about it, I'm not just selling it to them. I'm making it personable to them, and I'm creating a connection with them. If I can't release a book without that heart connection between me and my reader, then I think it's been a failure on that part. And then I need to redo it and rethink about how to build that connection.
For me, it's getting that first review is such a proud moment. What if it's a good one? I think, like a lot of people, you spend months, I've spent months writing a book, and, I've had that self-doubt when you press publish and you're like, everyone's going to hate it. It's the worst thing I've ever written. Even though I think it's good, I don't quite believe it until I get that first good review, and then it's all kind of like real, and it's like, oh, my readers actually do like it. I can stop hyperventilating now, and that's a real moment of pride for me.
So it's no wonder we're so neurotic, right, Mark? We're all getting this external validation, but for me, it's when I get the first fan mail. My readers usually put the reviews up very fast, so that's not a big a deal for me. But when I get that first too personal to put in a review, this book changed my life type of fan mail, which thankfully comes often enough that it keeps me getting up in the morning to go back to work every day, that really, really solidifies it for me.
I think if you're talking about the whole process and not just the moment, well, obviously everybody wants to see what people think, and they want to see the first review, which is, like you say, hopefully a good one. I think for me, I feel really proud of the characters in my book. It sounds really stupid, doesn't it? But I feel sort of, I feel really proud of the way they've behaved. Well, not. Not quite all of them, obviously, because I do write thrillers, so some of them have behaved really badly. But I just feel this kind of connection to them, and I think that's the real moment for me.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of, firstly, on a purely personal level, it's the moment when I've actually written the book and feel like, okay, I did what I said I was going to do. Because lots of us think, oh, I've got a book in me, but to actually get it out and done it, there's a sense of personal achievement. But also to the lady's question here, it's, you know, when I get an email or I see a review or a reader tells me, your book really helped me, you know, on a day when things were really tough, and it was one of the things that helped me keep going. So, I mean, that was just, that's what I set out to do, so.
And for me, it's being able to say that I haven't self-censored, which is a fight I've had for a long time, because I'm a good girl, but I write, you know, naughty books, bad books, whatever. But no, those were two wrong words. I write dark thrillers, but I look like a good girl. There you go. So when I don't self-censor, I'm really proud of what I've written, and that feels like a true book for me. I wish I could write sweet romance like Stina, but just not. It's just not me. Okay, so we're going to have to finish there. So I'd like to thank our panel for all their help. Thank you. And we'll all be around afterwards, so you can come and talk to people later.
Yeah, we're going to have one-to-ones with these guys and some other authors, and Apple books are coming in as well. So I'm going to be talking to Porter now just very briefly for the final wrap-up, and then if you would like to browse the bookstore for about 10 minutes or so while we get the room cleaned, and then come back and set up for the author fair, those of you who are hanging around for that. Okay?
Thanks, Joanne. I am. I'm tweeting myself out. Hang on.
Just stay there for now. Just stay there for now.
Here we come.
Stay there for now.
Here we are. We've got an anniversary moment here, and we need streamers and confetti and things because, you know, the Alliance of Independent Authors, ALLi, as some say, ALLi, as others say, ALLi, as I usually say. She says ALLi.
We are your indie author
ALLi. It's a nice way to remember it, although I did meet some members last night who said they always say ALLi. So it is said many ways, but it's a great organization, any way it's said, and it's 3 years old. It was actually created here, well, almost here, at the London Book Fair 3 years ago, and in fact, you were on site at the time this happened, right? It was wasn't it the first year of the Author Lounge?
I think it was the first year of the Author Lounge, yeah. But that was a coincidence, I think. We were up in, some of the people who are here today were there then, and we were up in the old press room in the annex at the back of a cabin kind of thing. And yeah.
Somewhere out behind Earl's Court, you see. Yeah, no, it's kind of amazing that the group has grown and has thrived and has done such a job, and it's been through a lot of hard work, a great deal of it Orna Ross's. And what I want to start, yes. Absolutely. What I want to start by asking you, Orna, is if you could single out one major accomplishment that you feel sort of overshadows everything else, what would it be? Is it possible to think of just one accomplishment as the big one?
I think it's what people were talking about earlier, indies supporting indies. I've worked in loads, like a lot of people in the room. When you're a creative, you do lots of day jobs. A lot of us did, and I've worked in so many different industries, and I have never seen the level of cooperation that I've seen in this arena. So I think everybody in this room, actually, they can't even say ALLi right. You know, that's indies for you. They won't do it one way. So everybody in this room is, by definition, indie-minded, indie-spirited, and quite opinionated, probably, and likes to do things their own way. Yet can come together with people who are very different, writing in completely different genre and completely different ways about completely different things, and cooperate in a way that is mutually beneficial. And that, for me, is just every day. That's what makes the job a pleasure.
Yeah, Dan Holloway's been telling me for years about the diversity in the community, and that goes for pronunciation as well. But what I want to know as a journalist, because all of us in journalism, we follow the news. We don't lead the news, and so we're always a little bit behind. We don't like to say that very often, but we are. Was this apparent from the beginning? Was that cooperative spirit right there, or is this something that indies have learned together?
I think it comes, do you know what it reminds me of? I spent 10 years on the barricades in Ireland trying to get reproductive rights for women, and it reminds me of that. It's like, it's kind of like feminism in those days. Yeah. It's because there's a slight sense of being beleaguered and, that it's not right, it's not just, it doesn't figure, it doesn't configure, it doesn't make sense. I think that binds the community. I think that's what does it.
And is it important to keep that spirit there, or can it actually wane if you're not careful? Can you lose track of that togetherness, that union?
Oh, I think you can't start trying to shepherd it. It's organic, it's there or it's not.
Right.
It probably won't last forever, maybe, I don't know.
Right.
But it's certainly there at the moment. It's tangible. It's the one thing that everybody talks about. Publishers talk about it, the agents talk about it, the academic researchers talk about it, and we talk about it, and we turn to it, and we rely on it. So,
in 3 years with ALLi, ALLi, you see my pronunciation.
He's getting there.
Yeah, I'm slowly. In 3 years with the organization, how international has it become? Because we still think of it mostly as a UK organization.
Yeah, it's not a UK organisation. That's
Right.
Another perception that kind of I've
that
heard.
we need to get past.
Yeah, well, I've heard also it tends to be people in the US who define it as a UK organisation. So it has almost from the beginning been about 1/3 UK, 1/3 US, and 1/3 everywhere else.
Really, from
if
the
you like.
beginning, it was that.
Pretty
that
much,
divided.
yeah. Now
That's interesting.
it goes up and down a bit, but that sort of divide hasn't changed really all that much. The UK dimension, just because our office is based here, tends to be more, we just know people, we've met them in reality, but it doesn't make that much difference this year, and this event today is part of IndieReCon. IndieReCon was started by 2 US indies, Shelley Wells, who writes as S.R. Johannes, and Ali Cross, and we've had tweets and responses and people tuning in from all over the world, and we continue to do that. This year, we're working on a Going Global campaign, which actually quite closely with Ingram on that in terms of getting, spreading much, much more, because I think there is real advantages in the people who are already established, people in the US it was, now in the UK as well, reaching into new territories, and indies there in every territory are kind of picking up quicker because there's already more information available, and I really think that's something to be encouraged and promoted.
And the Going Global campaign puts basically a community up in each area, doesn't it?
Yeah, we have ambassadors in those areas, and they begin to reach out and do the kind of work that's happening and link back to members here and in the US and in the places that are more established, and draw on them to help. So We have, she may have left now, but we have somebody from the New South Wales, Australia, a writer's centre here today to see how we're doing things, to kind of take it away. We had a US woman came up and said, we need to do it this way. And, you know, she's kind of going back to talk to her people about it. So there's a million ways to do this, but the heart of it will be that cohesion between, you know, writers working together for each other. That's how I see it, yeah.
One of the ways I can congratulate you is that you've become a resource for the rest of the world about indie publishing and about authors in general, because of course there is more and more mix starting to occur between traditionally publishing and independently publishing authors. But for example, in the United States, we're doing a conference in October called Novelists Inc., and I'll be bringing Orna over to talk to us about what is available from this organization and what it means to our backlisting authors now who are trying to learn how to go international with their books, because it's very difficult for them to get offshore. And what Orna can tell us, particularly with Going Global and other experiences that this organization has encountered and already handled, will be hugely helpful to some 600 people who will be at that particular event. And so it's a resource to the rest of us as well as to the membership itself. It's interesting that it's starting to face both the world and the authors, a dual-facing organization. Speaking of campaigns, though, there are others that are very significant, like the Ethical Author campaign that you announced during our Future Book Conference from the bookseller last year. Tell us some of those. Mention a couple of them, and which one is closest to your heart? Is there one you can say is really yours?
Well, Ethical Author was interesting because it arose out of people feeling that it should be done, and after much kind of thinking about it, it was done, and I certainly, do you know, Porter, I don't know my own name at this stage, never mind how many what the names of our campaigns after 3 days at London Book Fair. And so there's Opening Up. Yes, I think this is my favourite campaign. This book is based on the one you were given the free copy of today. It's called Opening Up to Indie Authors, and it is a sort of partly a plea to the literary infrastructure, I suppose you call it. I was going to say establishment, but I don't think that's the right word for writing, the writing world.
I like that, infrastructure. That's a good
yeah,
word.
the infrastructure that's already there, that's really important, that deals with writers and readers and books and cares about literary matters. How do we actually get them to embrace self-publishing in a way that works for them, and how do we as self-publishers help them to do that? So Dan,
such as awards programs, right?
Such as
Prizes
awards
and
programs, events, festivals, bookstores, libraries, essentially anywhere where books are brought to readers.
Right.
How can self-publishers be there also? Because the infrastructure is, of course, set up around publishing, not around self-publishing. And so I look forward to the day when we're all authors and we're not. I hate that word hybrid, and I don't like the word traditional publishing, which seems to imply it's over, because it so isn't. It will always be there. Trade publishers are a service for authors. So are paid services a service for authors. And what defines, a lot of authors don't want to self-publish. They actually want to be cared for and minded. And that to me is what an indie is. An indie author, there are loads of them in the room here, have published with trade publishers before, will do again, self-publish and so on. That's just indie, that's not hybrid, that's just indie-minded author.
Right, it's in fact a mindset that can be picked up even by the traditionalists, and they can go much farther by being entrepreneurial about what they're doing with their work.
We often have, Stephen from Faber is an example. I always say he's indie, you know, he's an indie-minded person. And there are lots of people working in trade. Toby Mundy, who works with us now to try and get subsidiary rights sold for our members. Toby is indie-minded.
That's right.
Yeah, so it is a state of mind more than it is anything else.
It is, and I think the more we say that and are clear about it, the more it frees up all of our authors to come in this direction and to join into the community and not feel that it's something for someone who's in one posture or another. The embrace that I'm starting to see as a journalist is very encouraging, because for a while we thought we saw so much animosity. And that needs to move away, of course, so that everybody can support each other. In the end, I think we'll get a more supportive community overall. Some more campaigns, though. There's the one for, today that Debbie was telling us about with Piers.
Yes,
Yeah.
and this is kind of part of that, but just developing it more, because we actually think bookstores it's a state of crisis almost, I would say, and the model is broken. It's a bit broken, and it's not very amenable to writers. There are far more writers than there's room in bookstores for their work. And so how do you actually get those two to work together? So yeah, that's an upcoming campaign that will be launched in autumn. So a lot of our campaigns arise because there's a perceived need, and sometimes people approach us and say, you know, that should happen, or the team says, you know, we really should do something about such and such. And very often what we're doing is simply a matter of putting it out there,
right,
and getting people to think about it and talk about it and discuss it, and, you know, Porter Anderson to pick up on it and tweet about it, and that's very often what we're trying to do. So it's not, you know, we've limited resources, we're a non-profit, we couldn't manage without the members and what they bring, and that's...
And many of them are here today with us. Tell us a little about the structure. How many members are there at this point?
It depends on how you define member.
Diversity.
So yeah, we have members at lots of different levels. But
Right,
if you take
right.
everybody together, we've got about 25,000 people who are feeding into the
That's
organisation.
fantastic.
Yeah.
That's really good. Yeah.
So.
And how much of an infrastructure,
Yeah.
going back to that word, is there at the center running ALLi? What is the structure of
Well,
that?
we're all everybody who's involved is also a writer.
Right.
So nobody is a full-time employee as
Right.
such.
Right.
So everybody is doing something else except me and Philip Lynch, who are the core people. And then there's Debbie, of course, who runs the self-publishing advice blog, which is actually, as part of what we're talking about here, the evolution of indie is going to be turning into the author advice blog.
Nice.
It will still focus very much on self-publishing, but will carry all sorts of advice for all authors, really, because we think of it now as authors who self-publish rather than self-publishing authors, like the self-publishing defines you.
That's a nice way to say it. Yeah.
And then there's Jay, who handles our social media, and Karen in South Africa, and there are just Yen does some work for us, Neris in Germany. There's people all over kind of feeding in, and sometimes, like in the last week, there's just so much activity, and then other times it scales down.
Yeah, it goes with the cycles with the rest of the community. For that
I'd like to,
matter.
on that, mention our volunteers. I'd like to particularly mention David Penny over there in the corner, who made IndieReCon happen from our side of the water. ALLi and Shelley and also Miral Sitar were working very hard on the US side, but without David, absolutely none of it would have happened. He ran the website, essentially. So thank you, David.
And looking back 3 years ago, when you started the organization, I'm going to be careful about that, and you were at Earl's Court and you declared the thing open and alive and happening, what would you have done differently if you knew then what you know now?
Nothing, really.
That's great.
I make a mess of it all the time. I mean, making it up as we go along completely. It is completely organic, creative kind of. So you can't, what you do is you make the mistake, and you know, and then that's part of the fabric, isn't it? It's like writing a book. It's all the stuff that goes into the bin that makes it what it is, you know. And I think writing a book actually is a brilliant way to become brave enough to do something like start an organization like this,
right.
And to know how to kind of not let it maybe, you know, it's the resilience thing that Mark was talking about, you know. So yeah, things go wrong, but as I was saying this morning when we were kicking off, we're not event organizers, we're writers, and we're all members here, and we're all friends, and we all help each other. So there's never anything too bad, and if things go terribly wrong, it usually adds up to a blog post doesn't go out on the internet that day or something. You know, none of us it's not brain surgery.
No lives are lost.
No,
that's right.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, which is good. That's pretty good. And what would be, I think the last question I have is, what would be the biggest goal you have in mind now for the organization? If it could take a step immediately, what would it be?
I have something I want to do, and that is I want to make self-publishing available, and really available and comfortable for people whose voices are not heard. So I think what we've done is those of us who are kind of brave enough and have the resources and the support in some way are able now to use these tools and get out there. But if it doesn't transform what writing gets out there, then it just becomes another, it's just same old commercially driven stuff. The fact that anybody can self-publish doesn't actually mean that anybody can self-publish. Support is needed in all sorts of ways. And that's what I'd like to, you know, if ALLi grows, to have membership that allows that sort of financial ability, then that's what I'd like to do. So I'd like, you know, people that we can think of, I'd hate the term, but marginalized, who I want to hear what they have to say. I really, truly do. And it's not easy to hear that. And I think self-publishing is a way that that could happen, especially now that we know how to reach an audience and how to reach a readership and how to open ears. Then if we don't actually use these tools to truly make change, then it's just same old, same old.
Well, this could be the most exciting chapter yet if you're actually able not only to make what's here enabled, but to start bringing forward new work. That would be fantastic, wouldn't it?
I'd love that.
And to raise it up. Good. Congratulations. Congratulations to all of you. I think this is a great day, and I think it's a great 3 years that we're talking about here with Orna. Great stuff. Thanks. And for those of you who are future chatting, I'm now going to dash off the stage, get back onto my computer, and we'll continue our future chat from the future book at the bookseller in just about 1 minute. Thanks.
Thank you, Porter.
Thank you, Orna. This is great.
Thanks, everyone. Just to say, can everyone give us about 10 minutes, just nip out and do some browsing and stuff, and we will change this place. Thank you very much.
No, it's just everybody's been giving me theirs.